Buddy. It's obviously unusual for me to be doing a stream on Sunday, but I have been talking about how I sort of wound up with a lot of things sort of on my plate, and I do have a little bit of time. I was hoping to stream a little bit earlier today, but basically, this is a game that came across my radar. I'll maybe give a proper accounting of where all the information came from, but basically, this sort of came out of nowhere for me, and then I had an opportunity to stream it. So I'm going to be taking that right now. Now I should actually, you know what? I'll load up the game and then we can talk a bit about the introduction. This is a stream where I was given a key. Now, in this case, I wasn't actually given a key from Coffee Stain, who are the publishers, or Lava Potion, who is the developer. This actually came from GOG.com, and so normally, there we go. We'll let the credits run while we give credit where credit is due. So with that in mind, GOG does. So normally, there's whenever I do a disclosure along these lines, it's usually to sort of be in compliant with regulatory rules. It's important to be able to say when you've been given a key for something for promotional purposes and just, kind of be upfront about that. But every once in a while, when you accept a key, there are sort of other conditions or other things that you're supposed to be talking about. And in this particular case, and some of you will be familiar with this, I think Cyberpunk was an example of this. There have been a couple of other games. I'm really drawing a blank. It's definitely been a few months since I've had one of these, but in this case, GOG would definitely prefer it. Obviously, they're giving this key out in hopes of driving some traffic towards their own site. And in fact, one of the reasons why I was kind of happy to take this from GOG was that it was one of the rare times when a storefront's recommendation actually sort of drew my attention to something I wouldn't have necessarily noticed otherwise. I notice a lot of games marketing efforts tend to be quite successful in reaching out to me. And then what'll happen is sort of the recommendation algorithms will just be supporting something that they've already taken. Whereas in this case, I didn't actually really know about Songs of Conquest until I opened my GOG library, and there was a little notification that sort of popped up announcing that this game was available. So with all that in mind, one of the kind of conditions, or one of the things that GOG would like, is to make sure that you're buying it from their site as opposed to others. And so if you are considering of picking up this game off of this stream, if I write it this way, hey, Salvage Drifter, good to see you. Sorry, this is going to make me sound like I'm doing it under protest, but yeah, that is the link I've been provided for picking up the game. So that's the gog.com/game/Songs of Conquest. Obviously, if you're on YouTube, that's will probably be in like the description or something like that. But in this case here, I wanted to get that done like up front and out of the way. I might occasionally bring it up. But in this case here, I'm obviously very grateful to be given a key for a game, and in this case here, I also want to make sure that I'm sort of doing right by the conditions under which I'm streaming it. But yeah, obviously, this is an unusual time for me. Now, I do just want to be a little clear, because this is going to be one of a few games that are sort of popping up right now. I have got more on my plate than I can really handle. Old World is great, and I've been spending a lot of time with that. There's this game, which was one of the ones that I was trying to figure out how to cram into the schedule. And there's one other one which sort of came by surprise. Actually, there's two other ones, but the second one, they sort of know the situation and that there's not as much time available to get things done quickly. So my only caveat on Songs of Conquest is going to be that I might be sort of cramming it in where I can at... like I'm going to be trying to put it in where I can fit it, and so it's normally nice to have a day. So if you're all about Songs of Conquest, you'll tune in on a Friday or whatever, and you'll see what's going on. In reality, it's probably going to be a little bit more like this, where I either add an extra day or maybe on a Friday we give it a shot. Again, my opinion, I want to play this as much as I can. But that's also true for Old World and Phantom Brigade and Industries of Titan and it's a couple other ones that, well, I mean, the other ones that I've been playing lately, Hand of Fate and Starflight. And in this case here, I'm back to the state where I'd actually like to start clearing out some games. Not rushing to get through the games, but like definitely taking some effort to be consistent with games and finish them off. So if you are interested in Songs of Conquest, first of all, let me know, because it's always nice to have people sort of push for the things that they're interested in. But on top of that, it does help me to sort of know where people's interests are, because if I'm the only one who likes Starflight, I can play Starflight on my own time. And if I've wound up putting less time in something like Songs of Conquest or Old World than what people are expecting, I want to make sure that I'm sort of calibrating accordingly. It's my job to manage this stuff, but it's helpful to get that information. So with all of that in mind, this is an early access game, so welcome to the early access version of our game. You will encounter bugs and unpolished features. Please report any bugs, BBB. You are also more than welcome to join our Discord to discuss feedback. To learn the game mechanics, start with the campaign in single player. Which interests me because there's actually a tutorial section here, but let's do what the game says. By the way, I do think the music might be a little bit loud. Am I still audible to everybody, or is this, would it be good for me to, pull the game audio back a little bit? I might do it just on my own volume, but if it's okay for the stream, I don't mind messing with it. Game audio down? Okay. Well, tell you what. That's probably almost going to sound like a sarcastic decrease, but I actually think on my bars that looks a bit better. Okay, cool. Uh-oh. I had to give some of that back, did I? Okay, interesting. Yeah, so 75 is probably right, because it seems to swell up a little bit when it's not in focus. Maybe let me know if it's still too loud, because it's a little hot on my end. Yeah, I can get an idea of the bars, but I noticed that at a certain threshold of the bars, I tend to either overestimate my voice or underestimate the music. So we'll give it a shot here, and we'll follow what the game has recommended in terms of... Oh, wow. They're really going for it. Let's see what the game is like. Okay, so we've got the first song, The Song of Stoutheart. Cecilia Stoutheart, the young baroness of the barony of Stoutheart, must face enemies within and without to hold on to her power and protect her people. Stoutheart will stand. So the other thing I'll actually maybe just mention very briefly is I'm not 100% sure what this game is. I thought it was very interesting when I looked at it, and I remembered from when I played Age of Wonders, so both Age of Wonders 3 and Age of Wonders Planetfall, people had referred to Heroes of Might and Magic, and I might have even played Heroes of Might and Magic at some point, but I really don't have a memory for it. So I have no idea what this is. It's perfect. Yeah, exactly. So this is kind of neat to be able to jump in without a lot of sort of preconceptions about what the game might be. But, you know, it's also one of these ones where I'm kind of going in with a bit of trepidation just because, you know, I like to like games, and I definitely don't want to, you know, sort of misread a game and sort of be like, this isn't fun. Why would anybody play this? So let's see how it goes. Definitely, if there's sort of an inheritance from... I realize I've been talking about game inheritance a lot since Old World, but if there's an inheritance that I haven't quite acknowledged for the game, then there might be a couple of teething problems, but that's part of the fun of tutorials. Okay, so I did... in terms of mission 1, that's interesting actually that it unlocks it through. I did run through a couple of sections at the start, so it seems to be starting me off in number 2. In the year 593 AA. I'll also confess, like when I did number 1, it was mostly just to make sure that the sort of stream was up and running. So I didn't read any of the dialogue or that, so I couldn't pass a test on this. So in the year 593 AA, young Cecilia Stoutheart rose to Baroness after the untimely death of her father. When ore shipments from Barkspur's rich mines go missing and rumors of bandits are brought to the new ruler, Cecilia leads a small force to investigate the missing resources and restore lawfulness to the barony. So let's start the mission. A wielder that has the tutor skill can bring other wielders' experience up a percentage of the tutor's experience by interacting. I'm going to assume that makes some more sense after I do the tutorial. Cecilia Stoutheart, the new Baroness of Barony of Stoutheart, was on her way to the quarries of Flint Hills. All shipments of stone from this region had stopped, and she was determined to find out why. She suspected an uprising of bandits and peasants, and had already sent troops to the region to restore order. Okay, so here... movement. Click the right mouse button to set a destination for your wielder. Right-click in the same destination again to confirm and move. As a wielder, you also interact with locations using the right mouse button. The left mouse button is used for selection and inspecting. I don't know when this changed, but like I was used to the convention where you'd use your middle mouse button to sort of move the map around. But I also noticed that under the middle mouse regime, people would still usually use the edge panning, which drives me nuts. Especially because I've got a second monitor on the right-hand side. But like once I learned sort of middle mouse, that was it. But I've noticed more games lately. Actually, this has been true for a few years. Use the left mouse button, and I wonder how those changes happen. Anyways, shower thoughts. The movement indicator shows how many movement points your wielder has left. This is refreshed each new turn. Oh, I get it. Yeah. When your wielders have no more movement, you might want to end your turn. If you have nothing left to build or research, press the End Turn button in the bottom right corner. Got it. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So I'm assuming this is where we've come from. There's the sign here for the Flint Hills, and Cecilia Stoutheart must not die. Okay. So this is kind of interesting here. This is... so for some of these you can mouse over and it's clear there's interactions, but I don't know if there's much of an indicator as to which is which. So for instance, like this torch, maybe like intuitively you wouldn't think that you need to interact. Oh no, I get it, because there's little sparkle. Well, at least there's sparkles on the tree. Okay. Gallows, a source of knowledge. Death comes to all. Oh. Some sooner than others. Plus 250 XP. The Aurelian milestone. This old milestone shows the way. Plus 2 movement, duration, 1 turn. Okay, so we'll be moving faster. Dead Commander, source of riches. The dead commander wore Stoutheart colors, and the distinctive sign of the Corvus Reserves, stolen ore, was one thing, but an uprising against Stoutheart troops was more serious. Okay, so we're out of movement here, so that would tell me from at least the introductory tutorial we can end the turn. Or we can press E. Okay. Dead Commander, an old artifact is found on the body. It could prove useful in the time to come or sold for gold. So we can get a dagger to cut a slice of bread, a strip of meat, or the throat of your opponent. Any hand plus 1 offense, or 800 gold. Now we don't have any gold at all. I guess it's less clear to me what gold is going to be getting me right now. So, you know, if I know what my option is in terms of being able to buy weapons later, then maybe I would sort of know 800 gold would buy me something that would get me like plus 2 offense or something like that. But for now, I think I'm just going to go for the bonus. Your wielder has gained a new artifact. You can review your inventory and equipment in the wielder sheet next to your wielder portrait. Possibly that. The artifact will be auto-equipped if your wielder has an empty equipment slot of the right type. Yeah, there's the wielder sheet. The wielder sheet gives you an overview of your wielder. This is where you can check your skills, powers, inventory and equipment, and modifiers. Skills are abilities that you gain as you level up. They give powerful enhancements, and can range from gaining gold each turn to increased defense or more essence. I don't know what essence will do, though. Maybe mana? Powers are awarded to a wielder once they reach level 8, and every 8th level after that, i.e. 16, 24, and so on. The wielder will gain a new power or the option to upgrade a current power. Powers are similar to skills, but more powerful. A wielder can have only 2 different powers at a max level of 2. Artifacts are equipable gear that you will find on the adventure map. You can also gain them as spoils of war after a battle against a powerful enemy wielder. Drag and drop the artifacts from your inventory to the appropriate equipment slot to gain the magical or special bonuses. Right-click an artifact in the inventory to auto-equip it and to replace any item already in that slot. Wielder attributes. While leading their troops into battle, the wielder will pass on values in offense and defense directly to their troops. For offense, it's divided into melee offense and ranged offense when relevant for specific troops. Movement and view radius are only for the wielder to use on the adventure map and will not directly help troops in battle. Movement indicates how far the wielder can travel and also how much they can get done in a single turn on the adventure map. This radius is a value that indicates how much of the adventure map is visible to the wielder. The wielder can collect a lot of modifiers and bonuses from skills, artifacts, or special locations on the adventure map. Some modifiers affect only the wielder on the adventure map. Some are temporary and only last a few rounds, but most help your troops in battle. The Modifiers menu provides a summary of all those modifiers presented in 3 different tabs: Troop Modifiers, Temporary Modifiers, and Equipment Modifiers. Equipment Modifiers is a summary of all the modifiers from your currently equipped artifacts. Temporary Modifiers show a summary of all the current temporary modifiers in effect, usually from a map location that gave your wielder a temporary bonus. Troop Modifiers show a summary of all your modifiers and wielder attributes that will be directly passed on to your troops. Ugh, that was a lot. I have a feeling that I'm probably going to need a bit of a refresher on this when the time comes, but I think I have a general idea of what's going on. So yeah, so in this case the gray bracket will give me my my base amount. Specialization +1 order. Okay, so I'm curious about order. I don't think that's been defined yet. Troop modifiers +6 offense. Now I'm a little curious here. So if I unequip this item, cool. Okay, so that's just a direct pass. So in this case, the troop modifiers, it's a direct +1 pass through, which is cool. Temporary modifiers, we don't have any, and equipment modifier. Okay. Command more troops in a greater army unlocks the ability to bring 3 troops with you in your army. Guard, a strong shield, or fast feet. Survival is the most important part of fighting. Your troops gain +10% melee resistance. Okay, so it seems like the game was kind of talking about skills in that, but I think I'm kind of getting how this works now. So these are essentially translating into specific. These pass through into modifiers for the groups. This is coming into place a little bit more. And now we've got 100 icons to confuse me again. Your wielder can cast spells in battle. While not in battle, you can review your essence sources and plan your spell casting. Each spell costs essence to cast, and which spells you can cast depends on both which essence sources you have and how much you can gain in battle. Troops are your most important source of essence, but you can also gain it from artifacts, skills, buildings, and research. Spells can be made stronger by obtaining skills that increase their tier. By default, the quick bar will be auto-populated with available spells you can cast in battle, changing and updating every time you gain more essence. You can also choose to manually manage your quick bar by toggling auto-populate to off at the bottom of the quick bar slots. In this manual mode, you can drag and drop spells to the quick bar to prepare your favorite lineup of spells for easy access in battle. Each time you take a turn with your troops in battle, you will gain essence of the type related to that troop. Your current essence amount in a given essence type will determine which spells you can cast on your turn. Each time you cast a spell, your current essence amount will be depleted. If your wielder has more sources of essence other than troops, such as wielder specialization, skills, artifacts, etc., that essence will be gained at the start of each battle round. Each troop gives your wielder one or more essences specific to that troop type at the start of the battle turn. Thus, your troop setup determines your potential essence gain per battle round. If any troops are lost before their turn, that source of essence will be lost. One stack of 3 militia units will give you 1 order essence. If you, before battle, split it up, never mind. Split it up into 3 stacks, each containing 1 militia unit. Each individual troop battle turn would provide your wielder with 1 order essence. This will increase your total potential essence gain per battle round. Let's try that again. 1 stack with 3 militia units will give you 1 order essence plus 1 order. If you, before battle, split it up into 3 stacks. So prior to the battle, you split this group of units into 3 individual militia. Each individual troop battle turn. Okay, it's a troop battle turn would provide your wielder with 1 order essence. Okay, so this is the part where I'm getting confused, I think. Because it's saying here that I get 1 order essence with 1 stack of 3 militia, and it's also saying here that when I have that stack of 3 split, or when I have that single stack split into 3 individuals, it's still giving me 1 order essence. And so I don't see, like, when it's 1 order essence, 1 order essence. There's something about this individual troop battle turn which I think is modifying these, which I don't quite follow. This will increase your total potential essence per battle round. I'm just going to have to run with it, because otherwise I'm going to spend the entire, opening minutes of this game trying to figure out the spell system. Although I like, actually, in principle, how this works, right? So in this case, you can have a spellcaster, but their ability to cast spells is going to be determined by what troops they bring on. So, like, you can't have, like, it's sort of the idea here, right, where, like, if you just kind of think of fantasy tropes, you've got, like, necromancers with this army of the undead, and they always have some variation on, plague or inflicting weakness or whatever. And then you can say, it's like, okay, well, I want to be a necromancer because I want to raise the dead, but, like, the pyromancers, they've got, like, super cool destructive spells. They're, like, way better than that, like, lame death magic. So, like, I definitely want to be, like, loading up on the fire spells. And, like, in some cases it's fine. Like, so you can kind of go down the Elder Scrolls route, where after the first couple of games they sort of said, it's like, you know what, if you want to be a mage that, like, wears full plate, like, go for it. Why shouldn't you, right? It's your character, you do what you want. And the interesting idea here is that it doesn't seem to be that there's necessarily a class, but ultimately sort of your revealed preferences, the types of army that you field, are going to be determining what type of magic you can play. One game that I thought had an interesting magic system was Chaos Reborn, which was Snapshot's first game. They would later do Phoenix Point. And in that one, you have sort of chaos and law. And the more, like, law that was cast, the easier it would become. So that if you cast a bunch of order spells, it would also be easier for your opponent to cast more order spells. And then there's this whole, like, bluffing sort of meta game that goes into this. And so that was another one where, again, your actions and your choices would actually have some bearing on outcomes. So I don't know. The mapping isn't perfect, but I do actually think this kind of stuff is neat, because I think I don't know. Like, it's kind of neat to have magic. I like different magic systems. I think this has got some neat potential. Okay, Quicken. Target friendly troop gets +5 initiative, +1 troop movement for 1 troop round. Protection. Target friendly troop gets +10 defense. Pacify. Enemy troop gets -25% damage. We need 8 order for that, so I don't believe... Well, actually, I guess we couldn't cast protection either, because we get +4 a turn. Rally, fill your troops with inspiration and bravery. All friendly troops get +10 defense, melee. Okay, so this is definitely a really strong one. If I can get to 12 order, that will be very strong. Okay, again, I realize for some people this is very much a get on with it kind of stream, but I do like going in with some knowledge. Okay, looted carts. Well, we got our 800 gold after. I wonder if we had taken the gold, if this would have given us the dagger after all. Okay. So we get a chance to go off the beaten path, and I'm totally going to take it. The Corvus Reserves. Some wounded soldiers appeared from the forest and snapped to attention. This was Cecilia Corvus's reserves that they had... this was Cecilia Corvus's reserves, and they had clearly seen combat recently. Hail, Baroness. The Corvus Reserves await your command. Lieutenant, you've seen some combat. What is the situation and the status of the mines? Our scouts detected hostiles about, milady. The gold mine to the south has been seized by rebels. We also encountered an unexpectedly well-armed force at Flint Hills to the west. We took heavy casualties and were forced to retreat. How well-armed? These aren't peasants with tools and knives. They have crossbows and swords, and bannerless knights ride with them. This is no peasant uprising. Someone thinks me weak and seeks to take advantage of my father's death to steal more than a few shipments of ore. We must uphold the laws and show them the error of their ways. Gather the troops. We march for Flint Hills. Okay, so you've got troops that want to join. Decide what troops you want to move. So I think in this case we can just drag them... Okay, so I think I'm going to go... Oh yeah, okay, so optional goal of taking the gold mine. Aurelian milestone. This old milestone shows the way. +2 movement for 1 turn. They've been nice enough to kind of give me this this string of breadcrumbs, or trail of breadcrumbs to, you know, move to the different locations anyway. It's a very nice looking game. And again, we don't really have... It's not clear what gold gets us, so in this case I think more troops are what the doctor ordered. Resting for a while by this waterfall. Oop, invigorate. I gotta remember if I move the map I don't get to read the full text. Okay, so looks like we've got our first combat coming up here, but we're just going to be staring at them for a round. I'm curious, let's take a quick look at my... okay, so I still have 3 order from troops. So I wonder if I... Okay, cool. Stand down. This mine belongs to the barony of Stoutheart. It belongs to me. We'll do no such thing. You'd be wise to go back to your castle and prepare for a storm. There's one coming, I gather. The only storm gathering here is me. Prepare yourselves. Okay, troop deployment. On the deployment screen, you can rearrange your troops before entering battle. You can only place troops on tiles with your team color. Tiles that are elevated, high ground, give bonus to offense and defense to both melee and ranged units. Rayleigh? It's been a long day. Ranged troops can target an enemy within their range, and within their deadly range, they will afflict double damage. There's no line of sight. The only limit is how far their weapons reach, but note you can increase their range by moving to high ground. The top right corner, in the top right corner, you can see the enemy troops. If you have enough scouting, they will be placed on colored tiles on the right side of the battlefield. If you engage the enemy and realize that the opposing army is too powerful, you can withdraw at no penalty. If the enemy engages you, there is no possibility to withdraw. The quick battle option will auto-resolve the battle and present the outcome to you. After the battle, you will be presented with your result, victory or defeat. The troops lost in battle will be shown for each side, and if the 2 combatants are wielders, there is a chance of spoils of war in the form of artifacts. If you are defeated and you lost all your troops, which means that your wielder is dead, a dead wielder can be revived at a cost, or for free after a given number of rounds, at any of your towns or settlements. Okay, so 11 to 25 militia. It says that it's an easy fight. The only thing I question here is the footmen. So I think what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move the Rangers up here just because I'm looking for the nearest available high ground. I do like the idea of having the footmen up really close. So I think maybe we'll probably, looking at the numbers here, probably we'll have the 2 Rangers work down this unit here. The footmen will engage, preferring to take these units on, but essentially tying up these 2. Battle basics. In battle, your goal is to kill all enemy units. Your wielder, or the enemy wielder, is not present on the battlefield, but acts as a spellcaster from behind the lines. The order of battle follows the battle queue, which is based on each troop's initiative. You can only control a troop on their battle turn. Use the right mouse button to move and target enemy troops. Hovering an enemy troop with your cursor will provide an attack preview. Using the left mouse button on any troop will give you a full display of troop information. Whenever a troop gets a turn, the wielder will gain essence for your spellcasting. Your wielder also generates essence it might have gained from artifact specialization, skills, buildings, or research at the start of battle and for each new battle round. The spells button will indicate available spells you can currently cast. The quick bar will, by default, auto-populate the top available spells for easy access in battle. Obstacles, such as stakes, barrels, or other objects, can be cleared by damaging them. High ground gives offense and defense bonuses to both melee and ranged units. Ranged troops can target any enemy within their range. However, within their deadly range, they will inflict double damage. There is no line of sight, and the only limit is how far their weapons reach. However, you can increase their range by moving to high ground. Alright, I definitely need to take a look at what the deadly range is. Most troops have attacks of opportunity. If you move a troop into an enemy's troops' melee range, their zone of control, and then try to move within, through or leave that area, the enemy troop will perform a free attack. Most troops also have abilities. During a turn, they can move and attack or move and use an ability. Remember that using an ability, in most cases, will end the turn of that troop. Okay, so looks like my melee unit moves first. However, they don't have the full, they don't have enough movement to cover. So we did have a hasten. Oh, but we don't have the essence for it. Okay. Unlucky for us. Your wielder has gained more essence, and more spells are now available to cast. If your wielder has enough essence, you can cast multiple spells on each of your troops' battle turns. Each battle turn, your current troop gives your wielder essence to be used for spellcasting. Other essence sources, such as skills, artifacts, and research, will always add their essence at the start of the battle and for each new battle round. So let's see what the deal is with the deadly range. Oh, so this does count as deadly range. Oh, wow. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, so I was mistaking deadly range just because it's so far. Okay, so clearly the high ground is spectacular. Okay, so if we move, I just noticed a damage modifier here, so apparently it's minus 50%, but obviously we have the chance to potentially take this unit out. Close. Okay, so we'll put some defense on my my soldier. Now what we're going to do here is we're going to move in. Oh, your troop has entered an enemy troop's zone of control. If you move out of through this area, the enemy troop gains an attack of opportunity, a free melee attack. I don't think I should worry too much about melee. Yeah, I think we'll just walk through it. Okay. I'm just trying to think of who's going to attack first. Well, let's get the... Okay. We're gonna clear out the... We'll clear out the single unit, and now we'll just soften up the remainder. Alright. I don't know if I'm still getting my defense bonus, but I'll take advantage of it. There we go. Leveling up your wielder is all about skills and powers. You can choose to either upgrade a skill your wielder already knows, learn a new skill, or increase the wielder's ability to command their troops by unlocking more slots in their army. The new skills offered are determined by the class of your wielder. Spellcasters will more often be offered essence-related skills than battle-oriented wielders. Some skills are also not available to be picked before you reach a high enough level. At level 8, your wielder will be able to choose their first power. From there on, the wielder will be presented with new power options at every 8th level, i.e. 16, 24, and so on. Powers are superior to skills and will add a real advantage in both battle and building your kingdom. You're able to close the level up menu if you need to review things or don't feel ready to pick a skill or a power. You can always come back to your choices by clicking the level circle at the wielder portrait in the top left. Okay, so we can gain melee resistance, we can get ranged resistance, and we could unlock the ability to bring 4 troops with us in our army. Now, given the fact that it looks like we will lose troops forever, I think being able to have, like, just pack a lot of troops in actually sounds really helpful. I think I'm going to do positioning, though, because I notice we've already got 10% melee resistance, so why not pick up some ranged resistance as well. So here we'll go to the gold mine, achieve the side goal, and now I think we just head back to the main quest. Okay, tribute to... Well, actually, I've got a few things, so let's do an old battlefield first. Walking this old battlefield inspires caution, plus 20 defense, minus 10 offense for 1 battle. Cecilia was no ordinary commander. She was a wielder and could draw upon the essence of her troops to weave mighty spells. As she touched the old tribute to order, she felt its essence empower her. Oh, okay. This really doesn't want me to read the flavor text. An old camp. Soldiers are camped here. Their camp can be pillaged for gold, or the soldiers can be recruited when they return. Okay, so it seems to me like this is a different unit from the Rangers. So we're gonna stack up the Rangers. We will take the militia. That's more or less settled. And yeah, let's just keep exploring the side paths. Soldiers are camped here. Their camp can be pillaged for gold, or the soldiers can be recruited when they return. We can have up to 50, so it seems to me like it's a good idea to bring as many as I can find. A group of trained soldiers are camped here, awaiting orders. Well, welcome aboard. Archer's Gambeson. All right, let's see what's going on with that. Cheap and easy to produce, it offers basic protection for troops of low rank, so that's additional defense. Now, remembering here... Right, sorry, it's minus 10 from the old battlefield, so... I didn't realize... Actually, minus 10 is a huge drop-off for us. The Aurelian Empire. Hundreds of years ago, the Empire of Aurelia spanned the whole world. Statues of the Empress can still be found spread across Arleon, and many folks speak dreamingly of the golden years of Aurelia. Plus 10 initiative, plus 1 troop movement for 1 battle. And 1,400 gold. So I suspect my perceptions of this will change after the tutorial, but it definitely feels like there's not much of an advantage to going for the gold, just because it feels like we're getting gold through other means, whereas there isn't as clear of a source of new troops. Okay, rebel roadblock, 26 to 50 militia. So I may want to be careful in terms of my, like who I potentially sacrifice, but we should be okay. Erected barricades and a small force of armed peasants blocked the road west. Best be gone, young Stoutheart. Flint Hills are free lands now. Free? Free to be attacked by bandits and pillaged by other baronies? Who will protect the people? You? Why not? As you can see, we're quite well armed. You can see that, but I caution you to think carefully before your next actions. Put down your weapons, answer my questions, and I'll be merciful. Or stand unlawfully against me, and my sword will deliver justice. Now, who armed you? One of good intentions. I've seen Stoutheart mercy. When old Lord Hammond was decapitated by your father. Now turn back. Brings me no pleasure to turn my sword upon my subjects, but unlawful acts will not be tolerated. Stoutheart will stand. Okay, so we're back to the kind of same decisions as before. Now, I am slightly inclined to keeping the Rangers in this position here, just because of that ridiculously long range that we had before. I'm maybe a little worried about the fact that all of the enemies... Hey, Crack Steve, how you doing? All of the enemies kind of seem to be in high ground, and it's definitely going to take some effort to close the distance. But let's see what we can do with this. You played a good game. I seem to be playing a good game right now. What have you played recently, Crack Steve? Okay. Good. So I get a chance to quicken right away. Still not enough to close the distance, but... Okay, and we already get the deadly range here, so it'd be nice to, you know, try and maybe take out some of the longer range stuff. What's the range of my rangers? Okay, my rangers are going to have to move regardless. So... Oh, that's a beautiful thing. All right. You've just killed an enemy troop. All of your troops will get a momentum bonus to their offense and defense for a few rounds. Okay. Now, one thing that would be kind of helpful... It'd be nice if I could see exactly where my range is going to go when I move this unit up. So clearly I can't keep them here. So I'll just move them ahead because I can either attack this unit or this unit. But it would be kind of nice if I could see exactly how my range changes depending on my movement. Okay, so this unit kind of counts in deadly range, but the problem is that my melee unit's already going to be dealing with them, so... Okay, that's maybe not so surprising. We'll throw protection on this guy. I'm mildly curious whether or not there's anything about this... Okay, cannot attack while reloading. So I suppose the question is if there's any advantage to... So it did say there was no line of sight in this game, so I'm going to move this unit up a little bit. Doesn't seem like I can move any higher here. So I think we'll move on. It's called The Complex. It's a live-action Choices Matter game. Great story and fun characters. I've never heard of it. Thanks for mentioning it. It sounds like it's one that you would recommend. Okay, so we're still out of range. Ooh, this is actually a bit of a dilemma. Because obviously we're going to be able to take this unit out in the future. So yeah, again, getting some knowledge in terms of what my range would look like moving here. I think what I'm just going to do is I'm going to move to the lower ground just so I know I can get the hit, but I would be curious to see if I could have made a little bit more with the high ground. Either way, I want to do whatever damage I can. This doesn't really require a lot of elaboration. We could try Pacify if I thought that I couldn't deliver the coup de grace, but we've got 2 units that are going to be attacking this round, so I don't think we need to spend the essence. Sure, Crack Steve, if you want. I can definitely look it up on my own, but I don't want to discourage people from sharing stuff they're interested in the channel. Actually, again, I don't want this to be like too. So here's the thing, right? Like, I definitely appreciate it when I'm given keys for games, and I want to honor the conditions, but I also don't want things to be too advertising. So just because there's been enough time that's gone by, I should just mention I was given a key for this, not necessarily from the developer, but from GOG.com. And so they would like me to direct you to this link for Songs of Conquest if you are interested. Again, I won't share that too much, but I also don't want to be the sort of person who like mentions it once and is like, okay, I did it, free game now. Yeah, there's the link for what I'm playing this on. On the other hand, too, like, there's a little bit of a dilemma for me, right? Because the one thing I also don't want it to sound like is to sort of imply, like, I don't want to create the impression that you are under an obligation to buy it, or like it's only available in one place. Like, obviously, I don't want, like, I don't know if there's what the arrangements are with developers for certain storefronts and all of that. I know everybody's kind of got their own different rate, so. I don't want to turn that into me misleading people as to the availability of the game or whatnot. So, but that said, I mean, the fact that I got it from GOG, that speaks well to it, right? It's where I first found out about this game. So I wouldn't have known about it if I didn't get that prompt, which I think is cool. Okay, Flint Hills, +1 movement, duration 1 round. So I'm going to guess this is going to be a harder fight given the fact that they are on horses. As Cecilia's troops approached Flint Hills, a well-armed force of soldiers wearing no barony's colors come out to meet them. Knights, archers, you're no ordinary bandit force. I've always wanted to kill a wielder. You won't be the first upstart knight I've defeated. Okay, now this is kind of interesting. So it's putting my footman pretty far back. I actually would prefer... So it's worth mentioning, I am keeping this side open. So if the knights are kind of coming around this side here, there's a risk. Basically, I want to, if I can, put the footmen in a position where they're able to defend my rangers and militia. I also think I'll put the militia one ahead. Again, there's sort of the worry again that I might be getting too close to the fight, but there is also the worry that we may not be able to actually do much with these troops. So we'll see how this turns out. Okay, so we made the right call. These guys are sort of going to be out of action. So one thing I want to do immediately is lock down the horses. So even if they wind up being pretty fearsome against my units, there is definitely an advantage to, delivering whatever... oh, wow, these guys are tough. Yeah, they're in deadly range, so... Nice. Okay. So it looks like we can't cast any spells. I think in this case I'm gonna push ahead to put the herd on the ranged. Okay, so this unit's gonna be reloading for a bit. And I get a high ground advantage here, so while I want to tie up the melee unit, this is a good opportunity for this unit. Okay. I'm still not in a position to be able to really do a whole lot, so I maybe made the wrong call. Let's start by protecting my shields. There's my footmen. They're really getting hammered. We'll also give them a bit of extra movement. Ah, not close enough. Beautiful. Okay, so this unit's still reloading. So one thing I am going to need to get a bit of a read on is what acceptable losses are. I'm very risk averse in games, so I tend not to like seeing my troops get lost. I think it's kind of that's probably indicated by how often I put the defense down. But like 7 footmen seems like a pretty high cost. Now, admittedly, this seems to be a pretty strong unit, at least, you know, appearance-wise. It's also interesting to see that they've got a chaos essence. But not normally something you'd associate with knights. But yeah, so in this case here, like, I don't know whether or not these are sort of acceptable losses to take out, what is this, I guess, something like 17 units? 9, 7, yeah. Anyways, we won, so we don't need to... I don't need to worry too much about strategy. A crowd of peasants led by a village elder came out to greet Cecilia as her force entered Flint Hills. I've defeated the rebels and restored Flint Hills to the protection of Stoutheart, as is my duty. Now, who among you will tell me what happened? Those knights and their soldiers appeared recently and armed all the local troublemakers. They seized our quarries and mines and started sending the shipmen south towards Barkspur, where their patron waits. And none of you stood against them. None of you sent word to the local warden or to Springhold. No, milady, we were feared for our lives. We sent a messenger to Hope's Glade to warn them and ask for their help, but the messenger never returned. Remember this moment the next time you are made an offer of independence. I will always protect the barony from threats within and without. Join my forces, and together we will restore order to this territory. We'll heed the call to arms of Stoutheart, as we did for your father before you. There are able-bodied recruits in the peasant hut. Okay, so... okay, yes. So we can spend money on troops. And conveniently, this brings us up to 50. So of course, I'm slightly worried that I may not have enough enough for footmen, but we'll receiving 75 gold per round. Ah, yes. Okay, I think I'm getting an idea here. So if I recall correctly, it's not just that you had these interactions on the map, but I seem to recall somebody saying something about how Heroes of Might and Magic, you would, you would wind up, I don't know if you'd wind up building or you'd just sort of wind up controlling certain regions, but this idea of like earning a certain amount per turn this is starting to, I'm getting like a vague idea of something that somebody's mentioned before. I completely missed what that said. This miss has not completed her next commission. Okay. We'll turn over. Saving 2 stone per turn. Again, I'm assuming that'll go into building things at some point. Cozy Tavern. A tavern fills any army with energy and vigor, plus 5 movement for 2 turns. Okay. Also, I probably should have mentioned we need to investigate Hope's Glade. The game's given us an indicator on the map as to what's going on. I'm curious, does anybody have any opinions on this? I realize we're still just in the early stages of a tutorial, but I know for me, visually, this is definitely a really impressive looking game. I'm still getting a little bit of a read in terms of how the combat and all of that works, but that's kind of to be expected. We've obviously only done about 3 combat encounters, and I'm kind of figuring it all out. A forward scout, a small band of Cecilia's scouts, stood waiting along the roadside. Lady Stoutheart, Corporate Greenwood, we've come from your warden, Villia of Thorncliff, as per your command. Your troops are concealed at the forest's edge. Corporal, this is not the forest's edge. These troops are camped within the Tenderwild. You may have disturbed the Fae. Fae, milady? Surely the Fae are only a myth. Superstitious for the country folk. Superstitions for the country folk. Did my ancestors sign a covenant with mythological creatures? The law of the leaves still stands, and we must make a sacrifice or break the peace. Consider what we must forfeit to the forest beings to atone for your error. I wait your judgment. My life is yours. Your death would serve no one. If I remember my history, there is an offering tree southwest of here. Join up, Corporal. I need all of my troops, even the ones who make mistakes. Your loyal servant, Lady Stoutheart. Okay. I'm curious what mass move does. I'm assuming it just kind of matches things up to the... Yeah. Place an offering at the offering tree. It says optional, but it seems to be indicating bad things will happen if I don't. So we're going to honor the covenant. Leaving a stone shows respect for the fallen. +1 offense, plus defense. I wonder if that's permanent. Didn't give a number of turns. Soldiers are camped here. Their camp can be pillaged for gold, or the soldiers can be recruited when they return. So, I mean, my ruler seems like a bit of a jerk, given what she said. And I wouldn't normally say it's like, oh yes, you know, we'll conscript them or we'll rob them. But in this case, I don't have any space, so we have to take their money. Okay, same logic. Oh, a group of trained soldiers are camped here awaiting orders. The spores from these strange mushrooms fill the army with berserker rage. +1 damage, +1 troop movement, but -25 defense. That's gonna sting when the time comes. So I guess the question is, do I go to the waterfall first and then take on the Fae spirits? Or do I... Yeah, I think I will go to the waterfall first. Oh, man. There's more stuff. I didn't even read... Okay, it's just bonus movement. Fae spirits, flying creatures of the tender wild, with bat-like wings, long claws, and sharp teeth, swooped and buzzed before the offering tree. They wore strange masks and screeched at Cecilia and her troops. You must be gone! We wish to leave an offering for a trespass on the forest, as is stated in the ancient covenant between us. Stand aside, little spirits. I would do my duty. No humans! Not ever! Spirits, do not trifle with me. I am Stoutheart, and by the agreements I seek to make amends. If you continue to impede my passage to the offering tree, I will draw arms and put you out of your misery. Your misery! Misery! So be it. Are we the bad guys in this? We definitely seem to be very, very forceful in getting our way. Okay, these things move very quickly. But I'm thinking we might be able to take them out at range. Okay, so one of my priorities here is actually to go into the middle, and that's just because I have a feeling we'll be able to do well enough for blocking these two, but we are going to need to, take these ones out. So, and they are going to get a high ground bonus against me, sadly. All right. So again, this is about protecting my ranged units. I think I gotta... I'll stand... I was debating about sort of... Oof! Alright. Trying to get this guy some initiative so he doesn't get taken out by the... Oh, actually this will be enough to... Yeah, I really need more footmen. Or that, or I need to just keep them in a safe spot. Jesus, 5. Alright. Choose a new skill. So we can boost our melee resistance. We can do cunning for bonus to melee ranged offense and but only for 2 wait. I think we'll do command. I don't think we've needed more variety of units, but we did have to give up some troops. So I think now is a good time for me to pursue some bigger numbers. Okay. Stone Circle. The circle infuses any visiting wielder with power for the next battle. 10 offense, defense, and movement. We'll also grab what we can from the ground. Okay, worn boots. So that's movement and view radius. And we will now visit the offering tree. The offering tree was the most unusual tree Cecilia had ever seen. Her friend, Vilya of Thorncliffe, had described them once, but it had not done them justice. The branches were smooth and glossy and seemed to be lit from within. The leaves tinkled like tiny bells in the breeze, and most uncommon, the tree gave off the aroma of warm spiced cider, like her mother would give her when she was small. Fae of the Forest, for trespass upon your woods we offer compensation. For these Fae spirits slain I ask forgiveness. They could not be reasoned with. Let our peace be everlasting. As the offerings were presented to the forest around... the forest around Cecilia grew quiet. Hopefully it was enough. As the plus offense and defense. Cool. And that, again, I'm assuming is a permanent bonus, but I think we can get the... Yep. All right, so it already says visited here. We'll, I think I'll maybe head down, then back up and get back on the road. I'm not quite sure the best way to handle this, but... round shield. Again, we'll just see what that gives me. Okay, +5 defense. Bunch of gold. So in this case, treasure chests actually hold gold as opposed to all sorts of weird stuff. Sacrifices have been made here. They fill Cecilia Stoutheart with power. +5 offense and defense for 1 battle. So I'm assuming that probably later on in the game there's going to be some strategy about where, what certain locations I visit and when, relative to, like, basically I'm going to want to probably try and determine what bonuses I get before certain battles. But right now I'm just kind of taking whatever I can find. As Cecilia examined the strange arch, she noticed that it was almost warm to the touch and vibrated slightly. She'd studied many strange ruins from the times of Aurelia, but never one that seemed so alive. That's just experience? Well, just experience. Nothing else for me to worry about. Okay. Aurelian milestone. This old milestone shows the way, +2 movement. Now, looks like I'm not going to get a chance to get any more footmen, so I might want to try a more kind of defensive approach. Guarding the road was a large force of mercenaries, hailing from the merchant states of Baria. Turn back. The road is open for ore shipments from Flint Hills only. See, you are strangers to these lands, or you would know me as the lawful Baroness Stoutheart. I do not recall a declaration of war from the Baron city-states. Therefore you are thieves and trespassers. What other crimes shall I add to the list? We've committed no crimes. We are honorable mercenaries, here on contract and merely following orders. Spit on your contract. You have my ore, therefore you are thieves. You will return it? Tell me who hired you, and maybe I will ransom you back to your employers. You're not afraid to fight you, Stoutheart, but be warned, our contract states that no one wearing Stoutheart colors are to be spared on the field of battle. Of course, if you turn around now, we can avoid this battle. Never. You shall be treated as thieves and trespassers, and my sword will deliver justice for breaking our laws. Then, unfortunately, we must battle. Okay, definitely gonna keep the my footmen back. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. Actually, this is kind of risky with the militia, but there's a lot of them, so we can probably take down at least one good unit before things get hairy. Oh yeah, and they're all melee, so. Whoa! Alright, well. This complicates things a bit. We're just gonna batten down the hatches and hope for the best. I think it's a tough call. This will be enough. So this will be what I need to. The logic I'm putting behind this attack. Both are in the deadly range. So the question is, which unit do I want to get hit by more? Do I want to get hit by 4 or do I want to get hit by 13? Clearly, this is the stronger of the two. But because I've got the 20 Rangers, I can. It's saying in both cases I'm going to wipe out the unit. So. They're going to be able to reply, but they'll reply with a weaker attack overall. I think we just have to go for the melee, sadly. Yeah, it still worked. But we'll be getting less essence each round now that we lost the footman unit. I'm sure the fact that they had spears probably should have indicated to me that they would have a range of more than one, but certainly caught me by surprise. Okay, we can do positioning again, which will give us greater range resistance. We could do melee for greater offense, or we could increase our command. I think in this case we'll sort of spread our skills a little bit. Doesn't look like there's any battles coming up, so hopefully we'll get some more footmen. I don't think there's any paths through the woods down here, so we will investigate Hope's Glade and probably just loot everything. Burnt building, no survivors remain, but sifting through the ashes, some resources can be found. Cecilia's troops searched the smoking remains of Hope's Glade looking for survivors. The townsfolk had clearly put up a fight, and for that they had suffered. From the rubble they heard a moan, and they uncovered a badly injured militiaman. Lady Stoutheart, we held for as long as we could. We had to retreat. They were too strong. Who did this? Barians? A troop of Barian mercenaries marched on towards Barkspur, but it was knights that attacked us, men of Aurelian, setting fire to our homes, taking no surrender. All we could do was flee to the hills north of here. The wounded man tried to speak and then fell limp. His eyes glazed over as the last sliver of strength left his body. His essence is in the wind, but Stoutheart still stands. Come, there are survivors here yet. Let's search the hills before we journey south to Barkspur. It's time to put an end to this. Okay, let's go to the road first. It'll probably tell us what this does. There we go. +1 movement. Okay, the survivors remain. Trying to think of the order to do this all in. No. Dead Commander, an old artifact is found on the body. It could prove useful in the time to come for or sold for gold. So we will... I'm pretty much always going to go for artifacts until I... Basically, I need to get burned by something before I stop doing it. So in this case, I'm pretty much always going to be going for artifacts until I run out of money. Also, we're at 14,000. Our highest troop cost so far has been something in the 3,000 range. So I think it's the right call. As they reached the top of the hill, they found a sturdy tavern and the soot-covered, injured, and scarred survivors of Hope's Glade. From among them, a minstrel stood and greeted Cecilia. Hail! Do my eyes deceive? The Baroness of Stoutheart to grant reprieve. If you mean to avenge these foul knights, then we brave souls would join your fight. And with your aid, Stoutheart will stand, returning peace and order to the land. Okay, we'll go to the Cozy Tavern, +5 movement. And minstrels. Tavern singers are drafted into the armies in times of need. Ability, fear, no foe. Defense to friendlies. Cool. Creation and chaos. So this will give us new magic, potentially. It would have been nice to compare this against footmen. But we'll make do. No survivors remain, but sifting through the ashes, some resources are found. The Aurelian milestone. This old milestone shows the way. +2 movement for 1 turn. And yeah, it looks like we're just heading straight to Barkspur. It's also looking like there might be something lower on in the map, but it could be... Gazing across the lake, Cecilia saw the settlement of Barkspur. It was clearly occupied by another force of Barian mercenaries, this one led by a wielder. She readied her soldiers for the final battle to retake this region. Okay, so it is the end. So I'm going to be a little closer to following the path, just in case there's an artifact to be found on the road. Oh, well. Nemander Breeze. So they have a higher level than me. A troop of pipers, 11 to 25. A troop of musketeers, 11 to 25. And a troop of pikeneers. So I suspect the pipers will be equivalent to my bards. There's not a lot of high ground for us to work with, which is a bit of a worry. So I think what I'm going to do, I'm just going to mess around the order a little bit, and we will do the best with what we've been given. Although it does still say threat level easy, so... And it is the tutorial, so I'm assuming I can't screw it up too much. Jig of Jugs. Okay, I'm kind of curious about this. So, initiative to friendly. So for relative damage, 32, 34. Oh, wow. My bards are actually pretty strong. So I am a little worried about the ranged units. No, you know what? Oh. Okay. I was planning on moving and then activating the ability. But at the very least, they'll run interference for my people. So this is putting my rangers in a pretty dangerous position, but I'm trying to take out their range while I can. Not a whole lot for this unit to do. I also forgot about my spells. Okay, so I can do a melee attack, but they get an attack of opportunity on me. We'll take out 3 or 4. Now, you know what? We'll throw as much as we can at them. Oof, yeah. So, not a lot of option. Oh, Chaos Step. Move target friendly troop 1 hexagon. The troop will randomly end up in one of the adjacent hexagons. Or swap. Swap places between 2 target troops. Maximum distance between them can be 3 hexagons. No, actually that's not the right thing to do here, because then this unit still winds up in close range. Yikes. Okay. Am I... Oh no, Chaos Swap is what I want. Sadly, they have the high ground, so I can't make the most of this. was definitely a bloody battle, but we got through it, so... So yeah, I definitely need to get better at spell casting. After the battle, a beaten Nemander Breeze is brought before Cecilia. Wielder, we appeal to your honor and beg that we may negotiate a surrender. I am Nemander Breeze of the Court's Battalion and a stranger to these parts. I concede the field and will withdraw my forces, the forces that we annihilated. You are indeed a stranger, Barian, or you would know by my colors that I am Cecilia Stoutheart. Was it your weapons that armed the bandits who caused the uprising at my mines? There was a misunderstanding, milady. We were led to believe by our employer that they had a lawful claim on these lands. When we realized our betrayal, we had already signed the contract. By the mercenary code, we could not withdraw our services. Reveal to me your employer and their plans. If I am satisfied with your answer, I will spare you, but every Barian of your company must leave my lands immediately. It was Lady Hammond that hired us. The Topaz Battalion is sent to recover Ashbourne. We are grateful for your mercy, Lady Stoutheart. May the steel bring good fortune to each party. The information is adequate. I will spare your life and instead send you to the prison of Castle Everkeep. There you may contemplate that honor might be worth more than gold. Corporal, this is your chance to redeem yourself for your error in the Tenderwild. Take 2 squads and transport Captain Nemander Breeze to Everkeep until we can arrange for his ransom. You can depend on me, Lady Stoutheart. Victory. With Barkspur restored to Stoutheart rule of law, Cecilia gathered her troops once more and set out to pursue the Topaz Battalion and prevent the occupation of Ashbourne. For this, she would need the aid of Vilya of Thorncliffe, warden of Stoutheart and Cecilia's longtime friend.
With grim conviction rose Cecilia of Stoutheart to crush rebellions and push back another upstart. Lady Hammond claimed her settlements. Settle it, we begin.
The responsibility of rule. With the tragedy at Hope's Glade fresh in her mind, Cecilia Stoutheart set off in swift pursuit of the Barian mercenaries hired by Lady Hammond. She must get to Ashbourne and defend her holdings. There were likely many people in the region still loyal to the Hammond family, so she would need more forces before facing the Barian mercenaries. She would call on her old friend, Vilya of Thorncliffe. Vilya never backed down from a fight. Now, if you can give me a minute, again, I'm streaming on a day than what I normally broadcast on, so I'm actually just going to need a quick minute to get a couple things taken care of. One, I think my phone may be out of battery, or at the very least it's close to being out, so I'm going to take a second to put that on charge. But I think I could also use a bit of water. So I'm going to take a very brief break. It shouldn't be more than 2 or 3 minutes. But I am just going to get myself sorted out, and we'll be ready for at least, based on the rate that it's taken me, we should be able to get through to the 3rd mission, I would guess. But, I also need to keep in mind that I'm going to be working tomorrow, and I wanted to try and get some reading done tonight. But we'll try and do a full length run. In the meantime, while I'm off, I'd love to know what you think of the game. Or, of course, maybe you just want to take a stretch while I'm doing that. Either way, we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, thank you all for your patience. If nothing else, I kind of this game definitely has quite a bit of music in it, but I'm intrigued by the fact that this screen doesn't. So I appreciate that was probably not the most dynamic of breaks. But one thing I've noticed in a little bit of I will jump into the next mission, but as by way of maybe introductory remarks for this, I can see. I noticed on a little bit of the marketing copy. Actually, you know what? Tell you what, I'll just take a quick second here and bring up the store page for the game. And again, not to be too beholden to the commercial imperative, but I am taking a look at the GOG page, the people who gave me the key for this. But I notice actually in the ad copy, they do directly reference sort of earlier games. So I do think this wasn't intentional on my part, but it is kind of interesting because we're playing Old World and we've been talking about sort of the inheritance of different games, and particularly strategy games. This winds up being kind of an interesting point of comparison, although to a certain degree, one with sort of a missing variable, because I don't necessarily have the familiarity with the titles that this game is referencing. But the ad copy here says, Songs of Conquest is a turn-based strategy game inspired by 90s classics. Lead powerful magicians called wielders and venture to lands unknown. Wage battle against armies that dare oppose you and hunt for powerful artifacts. The world is ripe for the taking. Seize it. Adventure awaits. Explore a wide variety of maps with diverse enemies and valuable loot. Venture into contrasting biomes with unique enemy factions, environments, and battlefields. Build an empire. Manage resources. Research new advancements and expand your kingdom. Plan towns to match your playstyle. Will you utilize brute force, magic, or a mix of both? There are many paths to world domination. Wage war. Dive into a deep combat system utilizing troop abilities and powerful magic. Combine troops to maximize available spells and damage potential. Use the battlefield to your advantage by claiming high ground and protecting bottlenecks. Alone or together, immerse yourself in epic single player adventure, or challenge your friends to an honorable duel, online or local. Now, this is the item that I wanted to mention. In-game level editor. The in-game level editor allows you to create your own adventures using the same tools the developers use to create campaign and skirmish maps. Script in-game events, control the soundtrack, write dialogue, and share your creations with others. So there was some indication on social media that actually there's already a pretty significant body of player-based work, which I think is fairly impressive for an early access game. It's also interesting that they chose to do so, because obviously we've played some other early access games like Industries of Titan, where each new update, sort of the expectation is you'll be starting a new game. Then, of course, you have the contrast to that, Phantom Brigade, where they've tried to sort of maintain continuity. Every once in a while, they have to kind of break saves, but for the most part, they've tried to sort of make sure that one save will be consistent throughout your play. So I'm not a developer, so I can't speak directly to the amount of effort required, but it would seem to me that giving people the tools for creating campaigns in a period where you're still going to be developing the game, that's really impressive, because either they're far along enough in development that they feel that they don't need to make, or that they're not going to be making those large changes that would render maps unplayable, or at the very least like difficult to play. Clearly because this game, again, it's appropriate that I got into this from GOG, I suppose, although I know they're trying to sort of shed the good old games look and be the sort of thing where you'd play a new release as well. But in this particular case here, I think there's something really interesting about the fact that there's this emphasis that's put on user-created maps, because I have a feeling that if you are referring to some classics that you may have enjoyed, I suspect that probably there's going to be people making sort of comparable maps to things that they maybe enjoyed playing previously. And again, that maybe makes me a little worried that I may not be covering this game appropriately or well, just because, again, I think I'm lacking a little bit of the prior knowledge. But with that in mind, I mean, hopefully this game winds up being a gateway into something interesting, and maybe I'll check out some of its source material. And if you are somebody familiar with that source material, I'd love to hear. I know we've talked about Heroes of Might and Magic, but if there's something else that I may be missing, I'd certainly love to learn a little bit more about it. Four factions. Four factions are locked in an epic conflict. Arleon, Knights of the Old battling each other for dominance. Rana, ancient tribes fighting for survival in the swamp. Loth, necromancers raising the dead to create a glorious future. And Byra, bold mercenaries and inventors dedicated to coin, gunpowder, and independence. A choral campaign. Listen to the bards as they celebrate your path to victory. Each of the two campaigns comes with a unique song that tells the tale of your rise and ruin. Unlock new verses as you complete missions, enjoying the full track at the end of the journey. That's actually a kind of a neat little, I don't want to say gimmick because that makes it sound bad, but it's a neat little idea. Standard edition, so I'm playing the standard edition, so it does not come with a sound pack. There is there's the supporter pack, which has some additional items. So there's a soundtrack, an in-game unique main menu badge, an in-game wielder pet, and in-game additional team colors if you get the supporter pack. The standard edition in Canadian dollars is $33.99, and the supporter pack is $54.69. So you're paying, I guess, about $20 and change for the extras. The soundtrack on its own is $11.49, so I think probably if you want the soundtrack, it probably makes as much sense to get some of the extras. Oh wow, this has got some really good reviews on it. Cool. A lot of people mentioning classics that they like, so it's really clear that they landed on their goal. Okay, sorry, that's a longer break than I had intended. Let's jump into mission number 2. The responsibility of rule. The color of an artifact's frame indicates how powerful it is. Orange artifacts are the most powerful. As Cecilia's forces hurried along the road to Thorncliff, they could hear the sounds of battle in the nearby woods to the south. She urged her troops on. Okay, +1 movement and extra XP. As Cecilia's forces neared the site of the battle, they saw that it was all but over, and the victor, a warden in Stoutheart colours, was Vilya of Thorncliff. Vilya wiped the blood from her axe and strode over to Cecilia. "Hail, Cecilia. Well met. I was just doing a little pruning. Some obnoxious weeds tried to take over this road. I guess they didn't know that I like an orderly garden." "Hail, Vilya, my old friend. I hate to take you away from your gardening, but if these weeds are more bannerless knights, then I think I know the root of it. Lady Hammond has hired Barians, and they're headed for Ashbourne. Your father's sentence on the old lord was too harsh, and now your people pay the price. A late tribute should not be cause for execution, and then to banish his heir, that is a deep wound, if we could mend it. It is done, and my father was within the law to act as he did. I must now deal with Lady Hammond and her hired Barians. Are you with me? My powers are yours as always, but something impedes the shipments of celestial ore and ancient amber from our mines to the west. I thought it was these bandits, but they knew nothing. It must be Hammond's mercenaries again. Best to deal with that first. We'll need all our strength before we can face the Barians. I don't think it's Hammond's forces. Something doesn't feel right, Cecilia. Regardless of your feelings, we must act. Gather your forces and meet me at Thorncliff." "Very well, old friend. I'll await you at Thorncliff." Gain control of the amber mine. So it says optional. In this case, I'm just taking the optional as do this before the main quest. I don't know if it's intended that way, but that's certainly the way that I'm treating it at this point. So milestone shows the way. Again, additional movement. We will get the pouch of... Yeah, might as well go for the pouch of gold now. There's obviously more things for us to pick up, but... Now, Oh, hey, you can use the middle mouse. Now, I'm a little intrigued. I can see why you wouldn't want to have sort of a full 360-degree movement, but one thing I didn't talk about in the previous map was there's actually a point where I thought I had to go sort of out and around, and I think it was because some trees were obscuring the path. So in this case here, I'm a little curious how I could maybe get a better view of places that I could sort of I could walk through. There's a side of me that says, well, just, click to the place where you want to go. But because there's fog of war, which I think is good, like that's a common convention in strategy games, and I think it's one that makes sense. But the drawback is that if I just say, click into the fog of war here, and then there winds up being like an artifact or a place that I want to visit, I wind up wasting points to sort of move back and try and do what I want. So I'm still... It's a very minor thing, but it's something I'm still trying to get a little bit of a read on in terms of movement inside the game. Okay, Thorncliffe Road sign. Claimed a large farmhouse, receiving 150 gold each round. And of course, we'll grab the sharp sword and the pile of gold. The sharp sword gives me +5 offense. It's lightweight, sharp, and sits well in any hand. The pommel and hilt is well balanced against the blade. A sword for fighting, not for showing off. And it looks like these are the same skills that I had before, so... I need to claim this town to build here, okay? Claiming towns and settlements. Settlements come in two sizes, small and large. Settlements and towns with connected buildings are where you produce resources and troops, recruit new wielders, and perform research. When you encounter neutral settlements on your adventures, you need to use a wielder to claim it. Use the right mouse button on the settlement and your wielder to claim it, furthering your conquest. The maximum number of wielders you can have is determined by how many towns or settlements you have and the tier of each town or settlement. Build sites are where you construct buildings. Buildings can produce resources or troops, unlock research possibilities, or provide other services to your kingdom. In order to build on a build site, left-click it and choose what to construct. The size of the build site, small, medium, or large, and your current resources determine what you are able to build at that site. You can construct small buildings on large building sites, but not vice versa. For each town and settlement, you can only construct one building per turn. More can be unlocked via research. Small buildings take 1 turn to complete, medium buildings 2 turns, and large buildings take 3 turns. Should you regret your current construction, you cancel it and get a full refund. Almost all buildings can be upgraded, even small ones. Left-click the building to explore how they can be upgraded and if they have associated research, which might unlock more troops or upgrade stats. Each town and settlement has a central building, which is where you can recruit new wielders, revive defeated wielders, and upgrade the amount of build sites you have access to. You can also manage the defense by drafting new troops and moving your wielder into the town or settlement to defend it. I mean, I don't exactly want to pillage it. There we go. Claimed a large settlement. So if I visit... Manage defense. To strengthen the defense of your town or settlement, you can draft troops and build a garrison. Defending troops are drafted and placed here or moved here from a wielder. These troops can be freely moved between different wielders. Garrison troops are a product of towers built in the town. For each tower, a garrison can hold more troops and train at a larger scale. Garrison troops are connected to the towers and cannot be moved. When towers are upgraded, Tier 2, they provide ballista to the defense. The more upgraded towers in the town, the more ballista are built and can help in the defense of the town. Troops drafted to the town or settlement can be upgraded if the required buildings are available. They can also be moved over to a visiting wielder to join their army. A visiting wielder can choose to defend by placing themselves and their army inside the town or settlement. An attacking opponent will now face the defending wielder, the wielder's army, along with the potential defending troops and the ballista. To further strengthen the defense of your town, you can build walls. The walls create a powerful protection against invading forces and give your garrison troops and ballista an advantage in the defense of the town. Settlements are not able to build walls. Okay, so if I want, I can hire some minstrels. No upgrades, and I don't think it makes sense for me to assign a wielder here yet, so... Okay. Barracks, footmen, and rangers are trained and recruited in the barracks. This seems to make the most sense for me to build. However, we do not have the gold. Well, I would have had the gold if I didn't hire those minstrels, so I guess there isn't an undo button, is there? Yeah. Okay, well, we're gonna wait for... We're gonna wait for other opportunities then. We might as well just pick up some stuff while we're here, though. Huh, okay. Now I don't have enough stone. Let's see if we can get that from other locations. Some militia gathered on the road to the mines. Milady, the mines have been overrun by beasts from the forest. The Fae are attacking. Fae, have you trespassed on the Tenderwild? Or worse, felled any trees from these woods? Tell me truthfully. No, Cecilia Stoutheart. We know the old ways, and we never trespass. Only a few days ago, the Fae spirits swarmed out of the Tenderwild, attacking all in sight. We fled, and so you find us here. A few days ago, then it was before the militia's trespass near Flint Hills. We will try to reason with these creatures, although we had no success before. If reason should fail, our sword will return order to Thorncliffe. Okay. So I'm trying to find, where I can get some stone before... Definitely want footmen. That should give me my barracks now. So let me just, again, double check my options here. So we can build a... So large... Actually, let's also take a look at my options. So I have a small build site and I have a medium build site. So, small... Well, okay. These are the only... I can only build these on this medium. So I definitely had a situation where I wanted to get more footmen. And Rangers actually wound up serving me pretty well, so those make sense as well. If we build a castle, we get knights. Now, we'd need a peasant hut for that. We would also need some more resources. And then we could go for a marketplace. Now, I suppose the advantage of the marketplace here is that it seems to be getting... It seems to unlock the option of getting more resources for me. The thing is that if, like... What good is the ability to trade for the resources to get me something like a barracks if I don't have the space to build the barracks? So I do think I still want the barracks. And then I am going to take a quick second here to see what my small building options are. So, you know, I do have militia in my army right now, so there is some sense in hanging on to these. Tavern we already have. Farm. Okay, more gold. Quarry. So quarry's kind of tempting for the stone. Guard tower, more focused on... Actually, this has another logic to it because it gives additional footmen and militia. Rally point, purchase troops from other towns and settlements in your kingdom. So that's not very useful to me right now. So guard tower makes a lot of sense. We may be able to capture the lumber mill on our own. Quarry is kind of me trying to solve the problem that I had before. So we've got a tavern. Peasant Hunt is tempting for the militia. Guard Tower is tempting because it gives me even more footmen and militia. The only question is, where do I get the stone for it? And whatever the case is, I'm not able to build any more buildings, so I can worry about that a little bit later. How am I for movement? 2.35. Fierce little Fae spirits swarmed around the lumber mill, screeching and threatening the Stoutheart forces. Traitors worthless! Oath-breaking humans! You broke no oath, Fae spirits. Leave these lands now, or I shall see to your death. Stormspire will claim lands. Wish return of death? We bring death. All right, this placement makes sense. If memory serves, of course, these things move very rapidly. So I think we're probably just gonna like hunker down. Actually, I might even move the footmen back so that I get a high ground advantage. So again, we're just prepping with the high ground. Drat. Okay. Well, not so good for the minstrels. I would have preferred... So it doesn't seem like there's some kind of a delay option, sadly. So in this case, we'll still hold the line, and I don't think... Is this in deadly range? It is. Alright, this could mean this unit's death. So this unit's reloading. This doesn't do me anything. So yeah, definitely the conflicts are quite bloody, but in this case I just need to start thinking of my army as a resource to be consumed. Okay, so wood per round. We're still constructing the barracks, so in this case I don't need to worry too much about what I'm giving up. An old artifact is found on the body. It could prove useful in the time to come, or sold for some gold. So I wonder if I can bring up my character sheet. Ooh, yeah, this is a tough one. So, the boar spear is quite tempting, but I also had a shield, so it would be wonderful to be able to compare this against what I'm currently wielding. Now, it's definitely suggesting that I can have more than one wielder. So, and the fact of the matter is that 1,600 gold is really just 2 turns worth of income. So in this case, the option of the boar spear is already worth it to me. But one case where I definitely wish I had more information would be to be able to bring up my character sheet at this time to compare it to what I currently have. Oh yeah, so actually I've got a ton of stuff that I could be equipping right now. So these are the obvious. Now I've got a sharp sword. Now I could add 5 defense if I want an all-round look, or I could go for the boar spear and go really heavy on the offense. I think I'm gonna bring the round shield on for now, but I may change my mind on that later. No survivors remain, but sifting through the ashes, some resources are found. And we do have a barracks in Thorncliffe. So why wouldn't I also generate rangers? So my preference would be to build the guard tower. The question is, can I get that stone in time? Well, yes. If I fight the Fey Spirits, I will. 11 to 25. So this is going to be a bit hairier. But I think I'm going to more or less do the same strategy as last time. The only catch here is that the militia are a very slow... They have a very slow rate of fire. So I may want to be a little more aggressive with my footmen. Yeah, so I can definitely take out 5. Yeah, that generally worked out all right for us. I'll prepare for the retaliation, but... So this is kind of interesting. I like the way this tutorial's set up, because you can see that I'm already making some strategic decisions in terms of what areas I'm attacking in order to be able to build certain buildings. And in this case, the trade-off that I'm working on here is, yes, I'm giving up footmen. Footmen are valuable to me, but I'm giving them up so that I can get the resources I need to be able to... I'm giving them up in order to be able to build the things that get me more footmen in general. I think in this case I'm going to do the order skill. Now, command is very tempting because it seems that if I can overwhelm the enemy with numbers, that's best. But in this case, I want to be building... I basically have like bards, militia, footmen, and rangers, all of which... Like, those are 4 slots, so those are all things that I'm able to currently work on. There's a small argument for the 5th because I'm so close to maxing out my militia, but it's not a super convincing argument, so... okay, I don't think I have any direct path. Yeah, there's definitely not a direct path there, so we will... Wait, what? Huh. Okay. Then we will continue down this path. Your barracks has been complete. Okay, that's fine. So now we'll build that guard tower again just because of the extra units. Now, I do want to be a little careful, right? Because if I go too far with Cecilia, I'm not going to have enough troops to be able to take on the enemy here. So it's not clear what we're up against. But for the time being, we'll kind of plow ahead and say... I'm feeling reasonably confident in my ability to achieve my goals. Let's take a quick look at wielders. So if I want, I can recruit... No, I can't because I don't have enough. Interesting. So we have to build a lumber mill in order to be able to upgrade this. So I just want to see what happens to the number here. I'm hoping that both of these will go up turn over turn. Yes, cool. Okay. So the idea here is that I want to go... Basically, I want Cecilia out and operating for as long as possible, so that eventually I can... basically what I'm going to want to do is I want to be able to come back to a very large army that I can sort of replenish my forces with. The other thing I'm keeping an eye on is this upgrade. So in this case, it will cost me 2,500 gold, which I have, 10 wood, which I have, and 10 stone, which I'm going to get in 3 turns. And at that point, I can upgrade the settlement, at which point, presumably, I get another building slot with which I can build the lumber mill and get better barracks. Okay, that was gold. Walking this old battlefield inspires caution. 20 defense, 10 offense, minus 10 offense. And the runes glow and fill the army with rage. Minus 10 defense, plus 20 offense. Okay, nice little mix. Burnt building. No survivors remain, but sifting through the ashes, some resources are found. So we're now just 1 turn away from being able to upgrade the town. Oh. As the Stoutheart forces explored the ravaged area, some scouts reported in from the nearby lookout tower. Greetings, milady. We have just fled the Amber Mines. The Fae have taken control and will outnumber us. The Fae have no need for Amber. Why would they leave their woods without provocation? We've heard battle cries of Stormspire. It was terrifying. Stormspire might be their leader. Maybe they can tell us what action has broken the peace. Join us and we'll restore the mines and seek out this Stormspire. Okay, so mass move, again, we want to get the numbers up. So we've got militia already, we've got rangers, eventually we'll have bards, and that should cover all of our roles. It is also worth saying, so like I don't exactly want to leave the settlement completely devoid of defenders. But in this case, the higher priority is certainly to sort of build up my wielder. Like my wielders are kind of like walking defensive structures. Although I am mildly curious if there's a cap. So it's 2, 8, and 5. We'll see what it says next turn. Nope, looks like that number just keeps getting higher and higher. So we will upgrade the settlement. Your wielder limit has increased, and you can now purchase more wielders at any of your towns or settlements. I don't know if there is a maintenance cost, so I might resist doing that for now. Now, my tendency is to just try and upgrade whatever I can, and so in this case here, building a lumber mill is sort of a higher priority for me. Although, again, we own... Oh, no, it's a lumber camp. That's different from a lumber mill. Well, I suppose that raises some questions as to whether or not I want to keep the guard tower then. But I think until I find Celestial Ore, I'm not going to be able to upgrade the barracks anyway. And we have a large build site, so we can try a Grand Armory. Again, that requires a resource that we don't have. Actually, 2 resources that we don't have, so Ancient Amber and Celestial Ore. Or an Academy, which again requires material we don't have, Glimmer Weave or Ancient Amber. A Grand Armory, research how to craft stronger weapons and armor for the troops. Human research, human troop improvements. Or the Academy, research how to get more from the peasants without breaking their backs. A strong economy is a strong barony. Now, it's going to take me a while to actually be able to build this stuff. So there's a small argument here that I actually would want to do something like building a lumber mill or, whatever else in order to be able to just take advantage of, so basically to be able to take advantage of, additional income of some kind. Basically here, the quarry will give me the stone that I need. Yeah, you know what? Let's build a quarry, because again, we get the full refund. I think I'll probably wind up going for the marketplace. It's not that I don't like knights, it's just that I don't have the spaces available to construct exactly what I want. Although I can probably blow up the tavern to try and get other things. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it works after we put some thought into it. Offerings grant the blessing of the forest. Yes. Circle infuses any visiting wielder with power for their next battle. 10 offense, defense, plus 2 movement. Okay. So I think we are getting to the point where we're going to have to start facing some enemies. I'm not sure if I want to go out and around and take advantage of this wagon now, or if I should just go straight for the Fey Spirits here. Okay, it still says it's an easy fight, so I'll take the game's word for it. In this case, so this is a bit of a risky play, right? Because these units move quite quickly. No. It's definitely going to be a bit of a hair-raising one, but I think I'm going to rely on the fact that it says that there's no line of sight. Oof. Extra speed will hopefully... Nope, not quite what I need for getting my rangers out of danger. That's a pity. Oh, I can't even get to that high ground. Wow, this was a This is a real blunder. Okay. Clearly I need to get the Rangers to safety. And I think in this case, yeah, we'll just throw as much damage out as we can, even if it means the Rangers get damaged. Oh, we lost them. All right. So I gotta move the militia back. Yeah, that was a very costly battle. There's actually an argument that with the Fae, I think holding back makes a bit more sense because they can already move very, very quickly. Yeah, 10 Rangers off of that. In control of the Amber Mine, we completed that. Now there is an open question as to whether or not we actually have the forces to fight this. So, following... whoa, what's happened to you? I can't even touch it. I'm hoping this doesn't cause problems. I'm going to follow the advice from last time and hold back. And we also don't have the bonuses from last time, so this could get bloody. Now, I don't want to be completely passive about it either, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to move... Nuts. Okay. I probably am going to wind up losing this unit. Yeah. Hey, Irrepressible. Yes, I'm not that familiar with Heroes of Might and Magic, but definitely that's what a lot of people are kind of comparing this to. All right. So at this point, I basically need to make my way back home, but I'm going to do so. Essentially, I'm going to plunder as much as I can because that's going to allow me to generate more troops at home, and then then I can kind of reevaluate where we're at. And actually, I've decided I am going to build that quarry. Not that any of us need additional game backlog, but Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is a true classic. Well, that's just it. I mean, I did kind of did a little bit of a call for recommendations in terms of sort of understanding. I've been, ever since kind of reading that Soren Johnson article, I've kind of been saying the same thing over and over again. But, it would be kind of nice to understand the inheritance of this game. Because there's two paths that you can go for a game like this. And this game may actually be trying to do both. Which is... I think it's fair to say, not that anybody ever asked me, but in my opinion, one great potential of independent gaming is for people to basically say, I grew up playing X, and they don't make them like they used to, right? Like, you hear this all the time from people. And part of that is because gaming is just different. That's not necessarily a bad thing that it's different, but it definitely, what we expect from games is quite different from what we might have expected in, the 90s, which is what this is sort of referring to. And obviously there's gaming before the 90s. So, and it's also fair to say that sort of there are some commercial imperatives that need to be answered. Aside from Age of Empires, it's basically where RTS is. Yeah, I mean, actually, and it's also fair to say, there's not only just changes that happen to genres and relative popularity. So, obviously, with, if indie gaming wasn't a thing, we probably wouldn't see sort of the return of adventure gaming. And there are a couple of developers that seem to be dedicated towards that type of game. And I'm not just talking about Double Fine resurrecting the old LucasArts catalog. I'm thinking of people who are making new point-and-click adventure games. And in some cases, people are finding out like there's a reason why those genres sort of went away. But I think there's two things that are interesting, which is number one, the costs of making games have gone down, writ large, which is to say that, the resources that you would need to make to create something like, say, a Heroes of Might and Magic are less than what they would have been back when Heroes of Might and Magic was new. And of course, I'm speaking in real terms. Obviously, inflation is a real thing, blah, blah, blah. But it's also fair to say that the pool, like the number of gamers is also larger. So it's, first of all, economically, it's viable to create something that's really just capturing that old feeling. Like, to a certain extent, I kind of think that's what Pillars of Eternity was tapping into. It's also possible that's why the subsequent games, like Tyranny and Pillars of Eternity 2, maybe weren't quite as successful, because I think people kind of had their fill, and that maybe wasn't the resurrection of that genre so much as the demand for that sort of experience was satisfied, and that was all it needed to be, and sort of people moved on to things like Divinity. But yeah, as you kind of are bringing me back to that earlier point. There's commercial imperatives for the big headliner games now, right? So if you want to make a Cyberpunk, if you want to make a Battlefield, if you want to make a Call of Duty, there is a certain market that you need to reach, the same way that a Marvel movie needs to be able to appeal to a certain number of people who are likely to go to the movies. But because the costs of development have gone down, it is now possible to actually go to a group of people and say, hey, did you like playing these kinds of games? Well, so did I, and I think it's high time we got a new one. And that really, at least I took a quick look at the reviews, on GOG, who gave me the key for this, and if you want to buy it, they would love it if you would buy it from this link. Of course, this is me fulfilling the conditions of getting the key. I'm grateful for the key, but trying to do my best to respect the instructions as well. But yeah, like, in this particular case here, it's not just a question in terms of the number of people who might play it, but it also, and where I think this might be interesting, is it's a gateway to go back and look at some of that older stuff. So obviously, having played Songs of Conquest, I'm more likely now to go and check out Heroes of Might and Magic. And so, having somebody like Irrepressible come into the channel and say, yeah, Heroes of Might and Magic 3 is like the true classic. Well, I'm much more likely to go and try Heroes of Might and Magic 3 now that I've got a specific game to try. Because, of course, it's not the first time that Heroes of Might and Magic has come up in the stream. When I was playing Age of Wonders, both Planetfall and Age of Wonders 3, Heroes of Might and Magic was also referred to, but I didn't necessarily have that good of a framing for it. So it's kind of interesting, right? Like, and to a certain extent, I think there's an argument to be made that people can probably just capture some of the classics that they enjoyed playing and just make that, and there is a potential audience for it. I'm not going to say it's enough to make it economically viable. That's clearly something that publishers and developers are going to need to figure out for themselves. But the other interesting direction that you can go, and I certainly kind of have a hope for it myself, that I'm not the only one who will actually go back and reevaluate some of the source material to see what led to this type of game being made. And the reason why I point that out is because, of course, Old World is one that is, Soren Johnson returning to 4X, like that on its own is a good enough hook to probably be able to sell a lot of copies of Old World. But what makes Old World so special is the fact that it doesn't necessarily take the previous 4X games for granted or those rules to be set in stone. It adds its own thing, and it sort of moves forward. It sort of asks the question, is like, if we had to make 4Xs today, how would we make them? And I think there's a lot of potential in that. Because the thing, like, one of my heretical points on old games, and like sometimes this is just a question of me being, somebody who's playing this stuff from a modern perspective. Like, I'm playing these older games for the first time, having had the benefit of like modern games. like the fact of the matter is they're sometimes frustrating to play. Like maybe some of the polish on the UI isn't quite there, or, it's maybe assuming that you would read a manual in a way that you can't maybe take for granted nowadays. I don't want to get silly about it. Like, obviously, if I play Star Wars Squadrons and then go back and play TIE Fighter and say, oh man, what the hell are these graphics? Like, that's just me being stupid. But also, I don't necessarily feel the need to put classic games up. And I say this as someone who, like, loves Alpha Centauri, right? Like, there's plenty of classic games that I've played, and I've had nothing but good things to say about them. But I do think it's fair, like, it is helpful to take a look at old games with something of a critical eye, because the hope is that you can make them better, that you can take the lessons from before and build something even more impressive. And in fact, I don't want to say what game it is, but hopefully I'm going to be playing something new this week that will maybe harken back to something that I played that seemed to get a bit of attention. And it'll be interesting for those of you who were there for those earlier classic game streams to see whether or not this game implicitly or explicitly is sort of following in those footsteps and is ultimately doing something new and interesting with modern technology. But we're going to focus on Songs of Conquest today because obviously I only have so many hours. Sorry. I need both a sip of my coffee and my water. All right. Let's get some goodies. Nope, I'm out of movement. Levitating obelisk. The obelisk grants vigor beyond belief. It's really interesting. This is a neat trick here. So, like, it doesn't show me a direct path. Now, normally when there's been, like, so when I tried to go to the gold mine, it actually showed me a path. So it's possible there is no path to the Fey Grove. And that's kind of neat that they do that. So it's sort of, there's this world that you can't necessarily access, but, like, there's something bigger in the world. Or it's just possible that I haven't found the pathway to it yet, and the game's just saying, it's like, yeah, you need to figure it out. We're not gonna give you everything. Whiskey's Amazing's here. Well, this game that you're gonna be playing, I bet it's all Greek to you. How you doing, Whiskey? Maybe you should learn the Greek language for the sole reason you were mentioning it. Well, one of the reasons I'm bringing it up, one of the best things for me to do as an economist in Canada is to learn French, because if you would like to work for the government, being bilingual will give you more opportunities. You're not required to be bilingual, but you will have more success getting more senior positions in government positions if you're bilingual, which I completely get, but in some cases can be a little silly, because I suspect the number of Francophones in BC is not necessarily going to be as high as the number in, say, the National Capital Region or Quebec. But yeah, so with that in mind, like, there's a big incentive for me to learn French. But in terms of my personal passions, like, I would really love to learn Latin. And in fact, one of the data projects I'm working on right now, it would definitely be very helpful for me to learn Ancient Greek. Right now, I'm working with Ancient Greek not knowing the words, and that's not necessarily an impediment when treating the words as mathematical objects. But when I get to the sanity check in terms of understanding what's going on, I'm going to have to get in touch with someone who is comfortable with working with that source material. And unfortunately, like, my aunt wanted to help out with this, but because she's a priest, and so her knowledge of it is New Testament Greek, apparently you can go from sort of the Greek of Homer to New Testament a bit easier than you can go from New Testament to the type that I'm working with. And again, I don't really understand what the major differences are, but they are considerations I need to make. So that's one of the reasons why that keeps coming up, just because it happens to line up with a bunch of other interests that I have. I'm in a Cultist Simulator. Yeah, man, I wish learning languages was so much easy, like as easy as it was in Cultist Simulator. So, literary ancient Greek. Yeah, I think it might be called Attic Greek. I'm sorry to do this in the middle of a broadcast, but I'm actually curious now. So, Microsoft just tried to do a sneaky thing as far as turning it into my default. Turning it into my default battle. Sorry. There was a sneaky effort to turn Edge into my default browser. I'm losing my mind here. Yeah, so apparently there is Proto-Greek, Mycenaean Greek, Ancient Greek, Koine Greek. So Ancient Greek would be the language of the Archaic and Classical periods. So this would be the stuff that I would need translated. Koine Greek is a fusion of Ionian with Attic. Is also known as Hellenistic Greek, New Testament Greek, and sometimes Biblical Greek, then Medieval Greek and Modern Greek. Yeah, so it is just Ancient Greek. But yeah, like I have textbooks for Greek and Latin. The Latin I can make much better progress with than the Greek. Greek is very difficult. And I'm still struggling with French, although I did become a bit of a better French student once I started trying to do some Latin. So, but it's better to just focus on the one. So I do daily French lessons, and then I'm hoping at some point I will be able to sort of pick up the other languages. Anyways, enough with the digression. Oh, the view from the tower is spectacular. I should have taken that earlier. By the way, system, is it okay if you send a link to a YouTube channel that you can recommend? It pertains to languages. Absolutely, yeah. I don't mind. I definitely don't mind people sharing stuff that they find interesting, and more importantly, that I might find interesting. Per building, no survivors remain, but sifting through the ashes, some resources are found. And resting for a day by this waterfall invigorates the troops. Now, this is one really interesting thing that this game does. So normally in a game, when they say that you rest, it docks you movement in exchange for some other benefit. But in this case here, they model rest as actually giving you more movement in the same period. I can deal with the Fey beasts, that would be great, but I definitely feel like that's an easy way for me to get overwhelmed. I still want to take artifacts. Resting at the sanctuary grants visions of what may come to pass. So I'd love to do command, but getting extra initiative, I'm realizing like the ability to attack people before they can damage you is a really big deal for me. So yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is with just militia, they only, like, I get one attack every 2 turns. I'm going to be completely overwhelmed if I fight with just militia. So I think the time has come for us to head back to the large settlement to recruit as many troops as we can, and then we kind of come back in force to get what we want. And you recommend this to anyone. This, however, isn't about learning languages, rather language history. Well, that's still a really interesting subject. So Irrepressible was referring to the Cultist Simulator scenario. I believe the sort of inspiration for the developer, Alexis Kennedy, is his... so I believe he's got something of a background in linguistics. And I believe that's going to be even more on display in the forthcoming Book of Hours. So, you know, learning and discussion about languages is definitely very relevant to this this kind of conversation, this topic. Oh, did I really build 2 queries? Good Lord. Okay. Okay, we can finish that up. Oh, here's a fun fact for everyone. There's some really good TikTokers on linguistics. Actually, that's really funny. Somebody mentioned one way that I could go viral on TikTok. And I don't know if that is a desirable outcome or not, but I can't disagree with their assessment of whether or not that would be a popular thing for me to do. Good bite-sized subject. Yeah, I definitely, that's one thing I struggle with on any social media is I really struggle. Actually, this is something that I've learned. So it's not just that I digress a lot, but I actually have a difficulty getting to the point on things. And it's because of kind of the way internet rhetoric tends to work. And what I've noticed in terms of some of my, like I've commonly said how kind of worried I am about the overall quality of my writing. Like I feel like it has suffered over the years. And part of that is just getting out of practice. But I think there's a deeper issue as well. And I've internalized a little bit more of how people talk on the internet than I really want to admit. And what I've tended to notice is that when I write stuff more and more often, I am trying to anticipate what are either misinformed or bad faith arguments against what I'm sort of writing about. And there's a danger to thinking that way, like calling the bad faith, because in some cases it represents a failing in terms of me to get my idea across. And that's something that I want to fix. But on the other hand, I've definitely found, especially online, there are a lot of people who really, truly cannot conceive of anything beyond what is in their own head. And to a certain extent, I kind of need to wonder about whether or not I'm really writing for these people. I do think that there is value in writing to try and convince and persuade people. But the question is, do you add 5 or 6 extra paragraphs to try and bring the people who don't want to be convinced over is a whole other question. So I'm not going to say who this individual is, because I actually generally get along with them quite well. And in this case, I just happen to think that they had a particular blind spot on the topic we were discussing. But I will mention the movie though. So there's the movie The Big Short, and I think as a movie, it is quite a good movie. I think it is a fairly reasonable adaptation of the Michael Lewis book. I think it is very entertaining cinema. And I think I have a really big problem with it. And it's a big problem with how Adam McKay writes his movies, or like does his movies. Because I noticed that this is true with Vice as well, which is he kind of pulls the old Jon Stewart trick of saying, oh, well, I'm just trying to entertain people, while also making a fairly contentious political issue. And the big failing of The Big Short, in my opinion, is that in the very opening, Ryan Gosling sort of says, you don't really understand what happened in the financial crisis of 2008. And there's sort of this implicit idea that you're going to walk away from The Big Short more informed. And you really aren't, even though they have like Richard Thaler, who is a legit economist. Like he's got the Nobel. He got it for behavioral economics, which is a very attractive field. He's a serious guy. And of course, appears beside, Margot Robbie in a bathtub and, Anthony Bourdain. Like there's a lot of star power to sort of give you these explanations of what's going on. And yet I would argue that really you're no better informed about what's going on having watched The Big Short than if you read a book on the subject or didn't do anything, right? You've been entertained. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable ambition for a movie to have. But my gripe with it is that it's actually trying to sort of slide in something extra under the radar. And the reason why I have this issue with Adam McKay specifically is he does the same thing with Vice. It's sort of like, yeah, we did, it's hard to research this stuff. We did our best at the beginning, which, again, completely fair. Not everything is going to be declassified. Not everybody's going to speak about those moments. But you definitely have moments of Dick Cheney basically trying to take control of the government in that film. And there are things in that movie that have eyewitness accounts that are completely contrary to what is depicted in that film. And I just don't think being able to have it both ways as a filmmaker is I think that needs to be challenged. I'm not necessarily going to argue so the thing is that my politics are probably more aligned with Adam McKay's than, what his common critic is going to be. But it's a little bit when there's a gratuitous nudity in a movie or a game or something like that. It's one of these things where I'm like, really? Is that what is this kind of what you think I'm about? And I don't know, I just tend not to feel I tend not to like it when sort of games and movies sort of treat me that way, I guess, for lack of a better way of putting it. So anyways, as you can see, I obviously have some gripes. I don't think anyone who liked I don't think anybody who liked The Big Short should dislike it as a result of my gripe. But it is actually a problem I have with that movie because there's absolutely nothing, there's nothing necessary for that movie to start by basically sort of implying that it's going to educate you. And because it has created those stakes at the opening, I actually think the film has failed in that regard. So that is my actual feeling on The Big Short. But in this discussion that I had online, in the context of a Twitch chat, the person was really determined to point out to me that because, I am studied, and in fact, I don't work in financial econometrics or anything like that, but I have actually done some reasonably serious work in terms of sort of the economics of financial systems. I could kind of explain to you how we've sort of chosen a system that is vulnerable to crises and that there are other systems that we can do, but as a society, we have chosen an alternative path for specific reasons. But they really wanted to just drill down to this idea that it's because I'm an expert on something. Again, it's a little weird to call myself an expert, but bear with me on this. They really wanted to drill down on that idea, and that's not the objection I have to The Big Short. I do not expect films to be documentaries, nor do I actually expect documentaries to be, quote unquote, the truth. A lot of documentaries are basically like op-eds. They are more or less persuasively argued kind of positions, right? Usually good documentaries are not necessarily, quote unquote, the truth in the sense of news reporting. Generally, the better ones do actually take a specific position on things. So again, this is a really, really long digression, but this is one of the drawbacks, right? It's once somebody's latched into that, and I made a lot of effort to try and explain, no, that's not really where I'm coming from on this. I actually have there's a very specific issue I have, using the rules of the stakes that the film set. I do not think it satisfies its own requirements, is kind of what I was trying to say. But again, there's absolutely none of it, right? And at that point, you sort of raise the questions like, well, if I were to write a review of The Big Short, and knowing that somebody's going to raise this objection and like repeat it over and over, like, am I at the point now where maybe I should just, maybe I just don't add those extra few paragraphs of caveats because I know that this is going to be said no matter what. Have I read the book? I assume the book doesn't actually explain it. I have to admit, I've only read excerpts from it, so I don't know how well it went through. I have read Liar's Poker by Michael Lewis. I mean, it generally seems pretty well researched. But I do need to admit, I do not know if The Big Short has the full representation of what the movie The Big Short is trying to explain. I mean, like, one of the biggest problems that I will have about discussions of the financial crisis is the usual claim that, economics is so bankrupt, no model explained financial crises. And that is absolutely not true. You need to give me a day or two. I could find you papers written pre-financial crisis that are effectively a model under which exactly those events can occur. Now, whether or not people paid attention to them, that's another question. But then that's the story of The Big Short, right? The people who were able to see a speculative bubble that was about to pop when nobody else did. And so, at that point, I don't know if that's a particularly, like, I don't know if that argument against economics, the profession, has quite the same teeth that people think it does. But yeah, I mean, just in terms of my writing, like, one of the things I've noticed is that I spend a lot of effort trying to sort of create this fortress of argument to anticipate potential objections that people are going to bring up. And I think it drags down the writing, to be honest. So you get your point, though, about how on the internet you have to write for a very skeptical. Well, yeah, and this is the important thing. Like, I actually think a lot of stuff that's been written could be much better than it actually is if people would actually take the time to try and convince other people. I think there's a lot of sort of... So, like, if you think of a website like Vox, I don't know how much Vox is trying to convince people who do not already agree with the majority of people who read Vox, right? And, I mean, it's a very successful outlet. I'm not going to say that Vox shouldn't exist, but it's definitely not the thing I'm trying to do. But on the other hand, right, so I don't think it's a failing that people don't already know what I'm talking about, right? That would be the point of writing the essay or the article. But a great example of this would be like somebody who used to watch this channel posted this really annoying Jim Sterling video about EA. And it annoyed me enough that I actually wrote that Your EA Takes Suck article. And I think I come up with several fairly careful measures to try and say, all right, well, because what I originally tried to do there was to say, it's like, what is the argument that is actually convincing about hating on EA? And when I actually applied the reasoning across all of them, EA always kept coming out on top. So I changed the article around and basically made it as like, EA is actually great and you all should be happy that they keep making games, which is obviously really provocative, and I knew people were going to get mad about it. But the thing is that this guy not only sent me the video again, so obviously there's that disconnect between the fact that I'm more or less addressing the kinds of arguments that are presented in those videos, but he then turns around and says, like, well, basically you're just arguing that revenues are quality. And I'm like, I'm not arguing that. That is one of like 5 measures I put in that article. And, I just don't know, like, I don't want to say to someone like, well, did you read it? Because then, you just wind up getting in a, people kind of take that as ad hominem. But like, it is kind of the point where I'm like, I feel like I've already done my work here. But obviously, if somebody really wants to just hammer on that point, the same way that somebody wants to say, like, when I give, so like in the discussion, somebody brought up Whiplash, which is a film that I actually really like. And in that case, I would not say it's an accurate representation of education or musicianship. I also think that's not the point of the film. I think the point of the film is the sadism of the teacher character. And ultimately, that film is largely about, if you want me to know what I actually think Whiplash is about, I think it is how someone like that guy is made. Every indication in that film about Naaman, the drummer, the main character, is that he is going to become someone just as vicious as Fletcher. If you just think about the way that he behaves in that, the family dinner and all of that. So, like the idea, like there's a lot of people who take that ending as being like a good ending and it's like, yeah, he just believed in himself enough. I'm like, no. This is basically him accepting the premise of the exact kind of mentor you need to run away from. And this is basically the last corruption. Like, yes, he does something amazing at the end, but this is basically the point of no return for this guy. And he is going to become a terrible person if he wasn't already. Even in then, like, I was going to say, like, at no point does Whiplash come out and say, this is an accurate representation of what it is to be a musician or an educator. But The Big Short does, and that's why I criticize The Big Short on that front in the way that I do not on other finance films. Like, I think Margin Call is a fantastic movie. I have no idea how accurate its portrayal of finance is, because I haven't worked at an investment bank. But Margin Call doesn't claim to inform me in the way that The Big Short does. Although now I need to go and read The Big Short, the book. So the public also tends to think that economics and finance are basically the same for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, I can sort of explain, or not explain. I can sort of, I'm sympathetic to that. Let's say, okay, so I can do 5 to 7, or because I'm on low ground, so I'm giving up 20% by going to the high ground, and also potentially opening myself up to attack. I still think it's worth it, though. Yeah, 6 to 7. I'd say that's worth it. But, I mean, there is a deeper point to be made on the misinformation thing, because the other one that came up was JFK. And, like, I think JFK is an incredibly well-made movie and just absolute nonsense as a story. And the problem is that I'm a little harder on the truth value of some of this stuff, because we've got so many people now who are ready to not just believe, but act on beliefs of certain conspiracy theories. And some people are only ever going to get, quote unquote, knowledge from films. I'm not nearly interesting or extreme enough to call for, like, the bannings of films. But yes, I do think Oliver Stone should be held to account for what he's presenting as the truth, because it's not just that JFK exists as a film. JFK also exists as a book associated with the film, which is essentially this big elaboration of the conspiracy theory. And, perhaps it would be nice if we could have a little more critical discussion about it. Because that to me seems more consistent with what the principles of free speech would be, that you are not free from criticism. You are free from, the sort of state suppression of your works. So, I would have a problem with the banning of JFK. Even though I think it's a very well-crafted film, the same way I think The Big Short is a well-crafted film. But I also think, I definitely do not feel that it is above criticism. I think largely people have not been sufficiently critical of that film and sort of what it stands for. So even in the case of something like The Big Short, is kind of, like, what I tend to notice on the financial crisis stuff is that people are really ready to talk about, the bankers should be jailed. And I'm like, well, what should they be jailed for? Like, is it the case now that, we get to enjoy the benefits of, like, low mortgage rates and more house? Because again, it's Democrat and Republican administrations generally liked and supported this kind of activity. And essentially the bankers were doing what they were supposed to do, which is sort of trade away risk. So the idea of creating something like collateralized debt obligations in and of itself is not necessarily bad. This does not mean that the activities around getting mortgages and like giving mortgages to people who clearly should not have been given one, and the really predatory kinds of lending in terms of like jacking up interest rates past a certain period of time in a way that people were not informed. I am not justifying that by any stretch of the imagination, but that is not directly tied. Like, again, it's a complicated subject, right? The existence of a collateralized debt obligation does not imply predatory lending practices. You know, you can actually have these things exist with traditional mortgages as well. And in fact, one might argue that some of the failures of the risk management were essentially people acting under the previous scenario, and that with the creation of CDOs, essentially they created a system under which the old risk models no longer applied. So one of the things that's sort of predicated on is, you know, there's no coordinated housing collapse of the U.S. housing market, which is actually a reasonable assumption for a lot of those models. The problem is that through the creation of these financial instruments, they actually created a situation under which there could be that coordinated collapse of the U.S. housing market. This is a really thorny problem to deal with, right? Whether you want to call it a black swan event, whether you want to call it, you know, something that harkens back to the Lucas critique, there's a few different ways that you can understand it. But, you know, the thing is that there were quite a few people who were not bankers that benefited from it. And that's one of the reasons why this maybe wasn't questioned or challenged. And it kind of comes down to how people treat wars. Like, if the war is won, then there's not that discussion about like trying people as war criminals. But then, you know, like if you look at how people acted in terms of like Vietnam or the Second Gulf War, and like all of a sudden we're going to talk about these monsters. And again, like there are absolutely things that were done that should be prosecuted and were prosecuted. But obviously you don't see the same sort of discussions around the First Gulf War or, you know, the Second World War. There were some very, very terrible things that were done. And it's clear that if the Allies hadn't won, we'd be living in a considerably different and far more terrible world. But obviously, you know, there's a very different perspective on certain actions that are taken when you win and when you don't win. And so I do become a little uncomfortable when people start talking about jail, because obviously the question is, well, what's the crime? Like, what exactly did these specific people do? And The Big Short does kind of flirt with that. And the problem is that if people sort of feel, again, if their only source of information is going to be this film, and this film is claiming to inform them, I don't think you need to be that big of a, you don't need to be some deep sociologist to maybe understand why people are getting really, really angry about this stuff. And that anger is sort of like directed kind of all over the place. So, again, like, Big Short's a good movie. I just think it's a good movie that makes a claim it didn't have to do and is worse for it. So now I don't want to become famous. I wouldn't be interrupting gameplay with these long rants if I was doing that. I apologize again for those of you who are just here to evaluate Songs of Conquest, but I try to, and again, I'm probably not being very articulate on some of my thoughts on the financial crisis. Like, I'm not trying to be an apologist for bankers, but the thing is that there's always going to be more borrowers than lenders, and inevitably, the borrowers are going to dislike the lenders. And if we just go full populist in terms of building our financial laws, right? We're gonna have interest rates down to So Daiko's World War III okay for you? I'm not quite sure what you're trying to say, Lily. Yeah, I'm not trying to be an apologist for the bank, but like obviously if we go just for pure, I know WW3 would be World War III, but I'm not quite sure what Daiko's like. I'm not quite sure what you're trying to say with that question. But yeah, like if we just go for popular sentiment, obviously we'll have like interest rates of 1% and nobody will ever be expected to pay back a debt and no lending will happen and we do not get the benefits of a robust financial system. Clearly you want to make sure that both halves of the market are, you want to make sure that both halves of the market are being treated fairly. And it's absolutely fair to say that the consumer side, the popular side has not been treated well. And we do need regulations and we do need oversight to be able to make sure that people are taken care of. But, again, that is very different from sort of, a crisis happened and we need to find someone to blame and those people should go to jail. Obviously, we are still the U.S. is still a nation of laws, and there's a few more steps you need to go before you start talking about jail time. Leave Ronald Coase out of this. Is it okay for me to die because of World War III? No, I would not like to die because of World War III. I'm not entirely sure where this is coming from. Before the mine stood fey creatures that Cecilia Stoutheart had heard of in legends, but never seen. These were the horned ones, with the power and speed of rams and the temperament to match. Their fearlessness in battle was the subject of many songs from the time of Aurelia. Who is your leader? Who dares break the covenant and occupy Stoutheart lands? So why am I so happy? Well, I suppose many people have lived under the specter of, I don't know if you're specifically talking about the atomic bomb, but it would seem to me that essentially in the post-war era, many people have lived under the specter of a large war, and they've been able to live fulfilling and useful lives, and that it is important to think about the state of the world, but you do not give in to despair. I don't necessarily think you have to be unhappy in dangerous times. I am very glad that I come off as happy, though. Also, Irrepressible, I totally did not give you credit for your Coase reference there. Gandrus Stormspire, the one who dares breaks no covenant and is called for your destruction. Nuclear bombs, chemical weapons, here enough ways to die. That's true. I mean, I don't necessarily need to just worry about wars to kill me, though. There's lots of things that could potentially end my life. And so is there something specifically about a world war, or indeed any war, to cause fear? I mean, there are certainly many people in the world who have much more to fear about armed conflict ending their lives than me. And I don't mean to sound glib about that. I just happen to be very fortunate in living in Canada, which doesn't have that immediate threat. But we did just have a storm here in which multiple people died. And this is just, a very high windstorm. And so I have potentially the fear of death from many other sources, but this is a fact of life, right? There is one guarantee for all human beings, which is that their lives will end. And I think ideally, in the time that I spend in the world between the time that I was born till whenever I leave it, I would hope to be as happy as I can be until that final moment. And I think that's a very good way to try and live one's life. You worry about getting hit by a car more than something more dramatic. Yes, Kedabais, I think that's probably... So you die because of cold and starvation. Yeah, there are many unpleasant ways to die. I don't necessarily know if there's a good way to die other than to live a life well lived. So I suppose what I'm trying to get at by these claims, or by what I'm trying to say here, is that if this is a big worry for you, or maybe specifically if you feel this should be a worry for me, would you, we're not guaranteed comfort, right? There are a lot of things that can happen to us that will mean that we go through hardship. It is probably one of the things that I think most people in life are going to experience is some kind of hardship. But, and this might be, we were talking about classical philosophy a little bit before. You have figures like Epictetus, or I've also heard it as Epictetus, someone who was a slave but did ultimately leave us, Stoic philosophy. You have figures like Nietzsche, who lived in tremendous discomfort, and left us ideas about how to live life. And then, of course, there are many people who have lived very admirable lives under considerably difficult circumstances, both in terms of war and through other circumstances. And we tend to see these as lives well lived. And so I would definitely not want to experience more discomfort. I definitely would like to live a life in which my discomfort is minimized. But I also feel that creating this, being unhappy, worrying about these things in a way that's not productive, ultimately isn't going to be in line with flourishing. In the end, that's essentially allowing my happiness to diminish, and I'm already getting an early view of that suffering by worrying about these things, again, in an unproductive manner. It doesn't mean that I should be indifferent about the troubles of the world, but if I just allow that to become misdirected worry and something that doesn't allow me to take action and to try and make life better for myself and others, in the end, I'm diminishing my happiness and my contentment, and that I've brought about the very thing that I'm concerned about. Return to this Stormspire, horned ones, and trespass no further. Let us mend the covenant and regain the peace. Little human, the time for speaking is past. Now raise your paltry shields so we can break them, Stormspire. Any thoughts on fraud by the rating agencies in the role of the financial crisis? That is a really good question, Cream of Wheat CS1. So this kind of comes back to something that I had said before. And this is definitely a case where I need to do more reading. The challenge here is that fraud, the F word kind of is assigning a certain value judgment to, so again, we're talking here specifically Fitch, S&P, and Moody's. And I've definitely heard a lot of versions. So I've seen the documentary Inside Job. I've seen, and again, I don't have a problem. I actually really liked Inside Job when I first watched it. It actually took me watching it again to sort of sit down and say, I'm not quite sure about what they're just trying to make me think here. But again, Inside Job is a perfect example of a film that has a very clear point of view and it is argued in an effective way. And it's, again, it's something that you should view. But as with most things you see, you should view with a critical eye. So the usual version that I hear about fraud for the rating agencies is basically they had a financial incentive to go, to play along with the banks and to rate these things as better than what they should be. And a AAA rating on mortgages is definitely very weird way to go, right? Because kind of like U.S. bonds are kind of like the gold standard for ratings, right? So the difficulty I have with it is this, and again, it basically it's kind of the post-cognition of the whole thing. There is the idea of forum shopping that people bring up a lot, which is that essentially there's money to be made for doing these ratings, and so if the banks, if the banks didn't like the rating that another agency would give, then they would just go somewhere else. So if S&P gives you anything but AAA, they'll just go to Moody's and Moody's will rate it. Now, again, I don't know exactly about how the bond rating industry goes, but there is another half to that, right? Which is if the credibility of the ratings agencies is diminished, if it's tarnished, that's also another way that they lose business. And so the challenge here is that was there willful deception on the part of the ratings agencies? Or were they making the same mistake that the people who, went bankrupt, right? Lehman is not a going concern. In fact, I believe they're just wrapping up the bankruptcy proceedings for it. So the problem were the ratings agencies willfully deceiving people? Or were they making the same mistake that a lot of people doing financial models were, which is essentially kind of building this rating on the basis of assuming that there would not be a coordinated drop in housing prices across the United States? I don't actually have a good answer for that, right? And it's one that if I want to like really drill down on people for misleading, it's one that I actually should be trying to find an answer for. So the difficulty here, and I think one of the reasons where I get into some difficulty in terms of these discussions, is that discussing fraud on the part of rating agencies sort of speaks to their intentions, and I'm not very well informed about their intentions. I think most people are not very well informed about people's intentions. That's kind of why we have the difficulty of adjudicating legal matters. But there, you know, at least if I will allow for the principle of charity, I can also allow for the fact that the ratings agencies did in fact do the kind of analysis that we would consider to be sort of acceptable, and that ultimately they wound up making the same mistake that that the people trading the securities did. Now, this definitely raises some questions as to how much emphasis we should put on ratings agencies, because in the end, if they're just applying the same models that the traders are, well, what good is the rating really, right? But the difficulty that I have is that I don't exactly know what the case is for the fraud. I know people make this argument of saying sort of like, well, here are the financial incentives for them to give these things better ratings than they do. But I don't know how far the story goes in terms of saying, here is a specific instance under which we know these people were paid for this or that. Because, like, again, the thing is that we now have the quote unquote benefit of the financial crisis to say, oh yeah, these people were clearly corrupt and they didn't go forward. It's also possible that there was a situation where there was maybe a softer landing, like maybe Lehman Brothers was, bailed out, let's say, or there's some other scenario that turned out. The ratings would be the ratings would still be bad. But basically, if the financial crisis were more mild, would we still be calling it fraud, is kind of what that question is getting to. And again, I got to admit, I don't actually have a strong view on that. But it is sort of an example where I think it can be beneficial to be a little careful in terms of how you analyze and how you discuss a particular topic. Because the F word is implying a certain value that I don't necessarily know if we have enough to go on. But again, that can just be a reflection of my reading or lack of reading on certain material. But yeah, you definitely, it's true that there's only a few ratings agencies. But that's the fault of a lot of regulation that says a vast majority of securities purchasing power can only buy security. Yep, nope, you're absolutely true, Irrepressible. There's very strong but yeah, I hope Cream of Wheat CS that I at least did justice to the question that you asked. I don't know if I gave the answer you were looking for, but I want to, where I can, I want to at least be I at least want to flag where I am maybe engaging in some supposition on my part, or at the very least where I am trying to reserve judgment. So, Lily, I suppose I have a question for you. What are you trying to get out of all of this? I'm trying to follow your train of thought, and I'm trying to give you the benefit of the doubt. But I may be wondering what what you're trying to get out of this. Yes, well, and chat is very patient. I do appreciate when you all deal with my. Oh, interesting. I was kind of building this around... Well, these things still seem to be moving pretty fast. Okay, so let's actually try and get a good read on how this is going to go. So this thing's probably going to take this high ground. Do I try to do anything to stop it, is the question. I don't think so. So here's what I'm actually gonna see if I can move and... Yes, okay, so I do get to give defense to the friendlies. Okay, so this one's going to just run ahead. I'm trying to see if there's an advantage to me trying to take this high ground. I do think there is. Oh, crap. I wanted to give him the defense. It's a little late, but... Okay. So again, this guy is sort of designed to sort of absorb a lot of the damage. Oof. Those are some upsetting numbers. I still think I want to get the high ground advantage, but yeah, it's not looking good. Song for battle, song for going. Okay, Earth Block. Create one barrier on the battlefield with 10 HP. Ooh, interesting. Clouded vision, the range. Okay, well that's not going to help me here, but if I put an obstacle here. Oh, he just walks around. I should have paid attention to how far he could walk. All right. We're in a little trouble, but I think we can still make this happen. This unit's going to be reloading. There's really no benefit to moving them anywhere else. Now, I can try and zip away. So they'll get an attack of opportunity. But I am still more effective at range. So this is going to sting, but... And yes, Fury it is. And I do apologize. Like, so I do think it's worthwhile to talk about some of this stuff, especially if you disagree. Like, I don't feel that the chat needs to be dedicated to all agreeing to one thing. I do apologize for spending so much time on the financial crisis stuff, because in the end, the purpose was just an illustration of, you know, a topic on which obviously there's strong feelings. And, you know, I do have some background in terms of studying this sort of stuff and how that was just used as, you know, kind of the grounds for negating a criticism that wasn't really related to the topic. But obviously I spent a lot more time talking about that than the rhetoric of online. But just to try and bring this back to the topic, I want to at least acknowledge when I've been a bit of a pain in the ass. Now that we've seen a little bit more of the game, incidentally, does anybody have any opinions on this? Because I'm having a rather good time, but again, I'm lacking the reference point for knowing whether or not this is a faithful representation of Heroes of Might and Magic style games. Looks like we only have one more battle to clear out, and then we get a bunch of loot. So at that point, I'll probably hire my second wielder, and we're gonna have to figure out how to divide the roles. Oh yes, we'll also be able to build a let's actually sell out the quarry here. I'll probably wind up building the so the castle is gonna cost me, oh right, I need a peasant hut. So maybe I'll dump the farm. Oh, it's tier 2 though. But then we'll get the farmhouse, so... I think we start the Grand Armory right away. I don't need to sell it yet because we're already building. Yeah, I'll stick with that for now. Very similar, not exactly a clone, but in that direction. That's okay. Hopefully in a good way. These ancient ruins contain forgotten knowledge. So one thing I'm a little worried about is that this area was actually intended to sort of level up the second wielder that I'd be bringing in. We'll see whether or not that turns out to be the case. Okay, many Fey Spirits. So in this case here, the big benefit would be to use my ranged. Obviously, my rangers are in a tough spot. I think I can work with this. So again, I just want to have the bodies move forward to protect the ranged... Oh, hang on! Ugh, they already took the high ground. Okay, well... Nuts. I'm trying to think if it's worth it to move to the high ground here to try and get the bonus from the deadly shot. So it's a minus 50%. Yeah, no. So minus 50% on range damage, but I get 20% from the high ground, and then 100% from the deadly range. So I'm finally getting the combat. Okay. So yeah, like I said, we're gonna worry about what we can claim here. I do want to start generating as many troops as I can. So it probably would have been better for me to hold off on the Grand Armory and actually worry about building the castle first of all. But that's fine. We'll work with what we've got. From above, Cecilia Stoutheart could see the old path was blocked by some boulders. A few strong soldiers dislodged the boulders and cleared the path. Touching the stone of this ancient statue fills visiting wielders with power. And that's a flat +3 offense. New buckler shield, so I'll worry about my loadout in a little bit. Guardian Monument. This monument grants an aura of old protective magic. And old urns. These precious urns contain valuable glimmerweave. The urns can be sold for gold or broken apart for the glimmerweave inside. Generally, I don't value gold that much. Obviously, I mean, much like real world money, we care about the stuff we can buy with it so much as the resource itself. And we don't actually have a source of glimmerweave other than a market. So we'll begin the journey back home. And again, because the Grand Armory is not done building yet, we're going to hold off. Although I can go to my character sheet and see if we can equip some better outfits. So one thing with the green borders, this is already indicating that it's a better, that's already a better item. Now, it'd be kind of nice. Normally, when you have like a mouse over like this, you can do a direct comparison to what you're already wearing. But in this case, it's +4, +7. It's like it's not that much effort for me to do the comparison. So I'll start with the obvious stuff. The boots, so 2 and 1, 1 and 1. So that's pretty obvious increase. Maybe we'll move these down below to say that they've been explored. Okay, so I have an option right now. So if I keep my sharp sword, it's +5 offense. A simple axe will give me +6 offense. I can go as high as +9 offense, but I do need to drop the round shield in that case. So alternatively, I can take the buckler shield for +7 defense. So basically, I can do one of these, so 6 offense and 7 defense, or I can get an additional 3 offense at the expense of 7 defense. And to be honest, I actually value defense a bit more just because the loss of troops is kind of permanent. And that implies sort of trips back to settlements in order to be able to continue the campaign. So I don't want to like get too passive in terms of how I play, but I definitely want to be protecting people a little bit more than I have been. Oh, neat. Okay, so it's actually a more direct path. That's maybe not so good for my whole like construction plans, but obviously it's not as big of a journey. Okay, research how to craft stronger weapons and armor for the troops. Research. The research menu provides an overview for all the research available to your kingdom. Research affects all of your troops and resources. Research is connected to specific research buildings with their own focus. Some focus on weapons and armor, while others focus on troop management and economy. You don't only need to build the specific research building of your choice. You also need to defend it in order for your research to endure and be in effect. Research becomes unavailable, effectively paused, if the research building related to that research is pillaged or razed. The research is available again when the relevant research building is repaired or rebuilt. Okay. So we do not have the academy. So let's just take a look at what we gave up. So economy research, 1 simultaneous building construction per base, harvest the glimmer weave, increase the taxes, order within, so higher order, creation, which I believe is one of the essences, and chaos, so better magic, and then 15 max troop size to militia and sappers, 5 troop size to minstrels, troubadours, rangers and archers, footmen. Okay, so I mean, this line is actually not that bad. It is still combat oriented. So our alternative here would be +1 HP to human troops, +10 defense to human troops, +10 melee offense to human troops, and 10. And actually looks like... Okay, yeah, so human troop improvements still help out here. So obviously we need the celestial ore in order to be able to do this. I am mildly curious in terms of how long it takes research to get done. So the first thing I'm going to do here, I'm not going to sell the marketplace yet. I am going to buy a bunch of celestial ore. Whoa! Damn it! I meant to buy. So I also need to make sure I have enough money for troops. So I think I'm going to start with defense for the human. Well, HP is more expensive. Which makes me think that maybe I want that more. Oh wow, we get that right away. Huh. Yeah, I'm gonna bankrupt myself if I... Okay, so I want to build a castle, but I need a peasant hut to do so. So we're gonna sell the farm as well. Again, regrettably it's tier 2, but... So we'll start with a peasant hut. That's going to take 1 turn to build. The castle is going to take 2, so we're probably not going to be able to get the knights until much later. But at least we're getting the income for the stuff that we need, so... Okay... I need 1 more turn to do that building, unfortunately. Or, or the lumber mill. Yeah, I spread myself too thin on this stuff. So what does the upgrade give me? Upgraded units. Okay, that would have been nice. We'll still work towards the castle, though. I mean, that's a pretty respectable... that's a pretty respectable army, as it is. So the question is, do I want to go with my other wielder right away, or do I wait? Smith generously parts with her latest work, a chainmail hauberk. I think we've already got one of those. Yeah. So yeah, I think what we're going to do here, let's hire another wielder. So Vilya of Thorncliff starts with 10 militia, 5 rangers. Prepared, gains initiative, and plus 40% spell damage resistance. Cost us 2,500, so this is starting to add up. And what I'm going to do here, we will hire what we can to boost the numbers. We'll actually start with footmen. Yeah, we're broke now. So I think what I'll do is I'll let Cecilia go. I need to basically pick one to go left and one to go right. So with Cecilia, we'll see how far we can get. And I think I'm actually gonna stay here so I can just top up on troops. Dozer Trouble, how you doing? Yeah, I mean I'm kind of streaming outside of school. I'm actually going longer than I'd intended, but I also kind of monologued on stuff that isn't always interesting to everyone. So you know, trying to give some of that back. But yeah, I was given a key for this from actually maybe now not a bad time to get the advertising out of the way. So one of the instructions on getting this key was to direct people to the GOG website. That's because I was given a key to this from GOG as opposed to the developer, and they would like me to direct you to that link to buy it from their website. I'm assuming that means that you can buy it elsewhere, but I found out about this game on the GOG website, so I will leave that to you. It feels a little uncouth to just like recommend other websites, so I will leave it to your judgment. I'm assuming it's available elsewhere, but I do not know what it's available on, and I know it's on GOG, and I'm playing it on GOG, so I will mention the GOG link. In this case, I got it a little unexpectedly alongside a couple of other keys, so I wanted to make sure that I was dealing with this nice and early. I'm still kind of in the tutorial, but I'll definitely be playing more of this. I'm enjoying this enough to push a bit further. And in Heroes of Might and Magic, you like to use 1 to 2 heroes and do everything with them, but the optimal strategy is to hero spam to maximize movement points all over the map. The balance here could be different. Okay, yeah. Actually, I mean, this would be an interesting experiment to take a look at. What like what strategy guides for Heroes of Might and Magic say, and how that compares to the experience of Songs of Conquest. The Happy Spirit, West Danesborough, South Ashbourne, North Thorncliff. Okay, well, we kind of already knew that. No point in drafting more minstrels, although it's good to know that I have that option available to me. Have I finished Hollow Knight? I have not. The original intention for Hollow Knight was that I would spend all of that time on the battles that I was spending. Like I'd do that offline, and then I wound up with so many other things to record. I actually have one video where I made some pretty decent progress against Grimm. And unfortunately, I sort of fell out of the habit. And so I'm going to wind up having to sort of relearn a lot of my techniques. So it's funny you mentioned that. Hollow Knight is one of my higher priorities to get back to. But one of the conditions for me getting back to doing Hollow Knight live is me actually getting past those boss fights that I was kind of doing for the sake of being a bit of a completionist. And unfortunately, there's so many things that sort of piled on me at one time. I let Hollow Knight sort of slip away from me, and I need to do some remedial gameplay before I can kind of get past before I can sort of brush it off and bring it back. So what you'll likely see are some videos come up on YouTube once I'm back into a proper habit of playing some more Hollow Knight. And then eventually you'll see that come back to the live rotation once I'm actually making progress in the game, as opposed to playing sort of the same encounters over and over again. Because it occurred to me there were a couple of times where there would be multiple weeks of me just working on the same thing. And I think for some people that's really interesting. But I also think for those people, a VOD is as satisfying as a live game. And I want to try as much as I can to do something for the live games, to try and do something that both sort of respects the keys that I've been given, as well as does something that more people will enjoy. But I will admit, I'm slightly disappointed you asked Dozer Trouble. Not in a bad way, but I was actually kind of hoping that had sort of passed out of people's minds, and out of nowhere there'd just be a whole bunch of Hollow Knight content that kind of comes out, and everyone's like, oh my god, he's back to it. But like, obviously I wasn't like that married to the idea that I didn't come clean about what's going on it. So like, please don't take that disappointed as like, I'm very disappointed in you, how dare you. It's more like, nuts, somebody actually cared enough about this to ask. So there will be more Hollow Knight, but unfortunately it's like a lot of stuff that I'm doing right now, which is I need to do a proper audit of how I'm spending my time and make sure that I'm using it in a way that will sort of produce the best stuff that I can, without without rushing. Okay. I'm gonna I think prioritizing Man-at-Arms and ranged are this is the done thing. Don't have enough space for minstrels, so this is going to be a very simple army. So oddly enough, it probably means here that my second hero is going to be the one that's closer to achieving objectives, but I suppose that's not the worst thing in the world. These are obvious combat encounters, so I'll probably leave my stronger army. Well, I mean, how vicious are we talking here? It doesn't tell me. All right, we'll go east. Bandit Hideout. A band of hostile troops is guarding this bandit hideout. Do you wish to attack? Threat level towards Villia of Thorncliff? Worthy. Interesting. I do like unfair fights. Well, let's turn around and see if maybe we'll have more luck on this side of the map then. I don't mind moving Cecilia back. $25 to $100. I think that's pretty much medium. Okay. It's not as bad as Worthy, I suppose. Now these are the ones with the freaky spears, but I think I can get the footmen in a good position ahead of time. So let's see if my brilliant tactics will carry the day. Oh, they do have a gunner. Okay, so I'm sort of signing this man-at-arms up for a world of pain. But I don't have to. So yes, this is going to suck for these rangers. So this unit's reloading, not a lot we can do about it. Okay. I think we'll try and take out the... Well, you can hope. Ouch. The whole point of debuffing this guy was to stop something like that from happening. They are going to be able to attack first, so I'm pretty sure our rangers are gone, but let's give them some defense. Interesting. That was costly, but I've been trying to catch one of your lives for a while now, but you end up getting sidetracked or forget, but I'm here. Hey, it's no problem. I don't do attendance dose or trouble. I'm always happy to have familiar and unfamiliar faces. So a few people, cream of wheat. Keto base is hardly unfamiliar, but I'm happy. I'm happy people visit, because like the thing is that, especially for a smaller stream, but even like really large streams, like to give you an example of how the conversation about broadcasters can sometimes get a little ridiculous. I heard unironically somebody refer to Ninja as a dead stream. Okay. This is a guy who I'm pretty sure has somewhere between like 5 to 15,000 viewers when he broadcasts. Is he as big as he used to be? No, right? And there's a number of factors that went into that. But a dead stream, like what the hell does that make me, right? And the really key thing to remember is that you could be riding high for a really long time, but there is absolutely no ironclad law saying that tomorrow anybody's ever going to show up. Like, you have a pretty good probability that people are going to show up. It's likely that there are going to be people there to watch your stuff, but it's never guaranteed. And more importantly, you shouldn't treat it like people are guaranteed to show up. And so with that in mind, again, I don't want to, I do have the bad habit of going on at length about things. And I realize that can be off-putting for the stream, but I think it is important to sort of acknowledge that, and again, when I say the whole, I don't take attendance, I mean that because I don't think, I would like it that people stop by because it's a chance for them to see something interesting, right? So one of the reasons I want to do Songs of Conquest is that it's a game I was personally interested in. I opened my GOG library to play something else. There was an advertisement for Songs of Conquest. I'm like, oh, that's really interesting. So I sort of made a note of it, and went on to playing the thing that I was going to play, and then there's an offer essentially that kind of came up to play this. I was like, oh yeah, no, and I get to do it for GOG. That's great. They're the ones who let me know about this. This kind of come full circle, and my hope is now that there's going to be I don't necessarily think I was the intended audience for this game. There's quite a few people are saying, oh, this reminds me of Heroes of Might and Magic. I loved Heroes of Might and Magic. And my hope is that, those people are going to be able to make a more informed decision about whether or not this game is for them. I'm certainly going to be checking out Heroes of Might and Magic now, having played this. So I think it kind of goes around the other way as well. But, the hope is that people are watching me out of enjoyment for whatever reason, whether it's something that I say, a way that I do things, the games that I play. There's any number of reasons. I don't need to do an audit of that. But I also want to acknowledge the fact that is a choice and that there's nothing compelling people to stop by. So every day any of you show up is, a good one for me. The hamlet Danesborough has been reduced to rubble, and in the middle of the wreckage, walking skeletons with rusted weapons were seen. So, 26 to 50, those are still numbers I need to worry about. Essentially what I'm going to be doing with my hero here is I'm going to be sort of pillaging what I can, and then we're going to move up to Thorncliffe. Obviously, I think it's more likely that we're going to be that this unit's going to be getting the knights before this unit, so that's why I went for the extra command. Although I could be getting minstrels as well. Might be smarter to get the minstrels, actually. Signor of Whitecliff developed a method to detect areas where essence occurred in abundance. Later, Aurelia's Council of Wielders would construct the essence spires so wielders could easily connect to these naturally occurring sources. So again, the one problem here is that if I let Cecilia be sort of my primary agent, then I have this one overpowered character. Actually, it just occurred to me that there is one change I want to make. Oh, man. So I think these two armies should meet up at some point so I can give... like, because clearly I want to give a whole bunch of inventory to this unit. But yeah, if I get Cecilia checking out all the interesting places because she's better at attacking, then that's just going to mean that this unit remains forever mediocre. What foul magic did this? Bound by oath, bound to her. Her? Who is your master? Bound by oath, bound to conquer. Fine, then be bound to death once more. Incidentally, I did not know there was undead in this, so the reference to like necromancers was unexpected, or was not intentional, but it works. So I kind of question this because based on what I know about undead from other games, they're going to move slow. So it might be better for my ranged units to try and take these rather than these back ones. But it's the first time we're encountering the Oathbound, right? So we'll hold back and see what happens. I don't need to rush in is the important thing. And of course, if they're like Warhammer undead, they don't have ranged. Okay. I don't see any advantage to moving ahead. So yeah, like I could try and move forward like this, but that puts me in attack range for the baddies. But I do get sort of an opening shot. Now the tough question is going to be next turn, where I actually need to figure out how I'm fighting all of them. So could do extra defense, but that seems a bit weak. So I'll take a high ground advantage. 9 to 11. The defense really should be going on my men-at-arms. Cool. Okay, I know how I'm approaching this then. Again, we get another high ground advantage. I genuinely do not know if we're going to do enough to... Like, I don't know what this archer is going to be able to do. Not in the kill zone. I think in this case I'm going to go for the uncertain outcome. And then the logic here is that this unit's going to get an attack of opportunity on it if it moves out, and when it attacks my man-at-arms will be able to reply. So... we might have got by without losing anyone. Cool, yeah. So in retrospect, this definitely would have been much better for this unit to take. All right, new level, and we're at level 8, so we get to pick our power. So Eager, for the first battle round, all of your troops gain +2 movement, or Rigor, troops gain +2. Now you'll notice I've been a little bit more of a turtler, so I think Rigor makes more sense here. No survivors remain, but sifting through the ashes, some resources are found. Still building up the castle. So we're just going to plunder everything we can in this region. Oop. out of movement. But what I am going to do now that I've got some more worldly resources, let's see if I can upgrade some stuff. So I don't know if I want... I mean, Troubadours, it sounds like an upgrade, so it's hard to argue with that. I just wish I knew what these units were doing. Okay, so Sappers still have a reload. Troubadours... Okay, so basically they're just improvements to their... Oh man, Shield of Order would have actually been really good. Yeah, okay, so in future I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to build the lumber mill so that I can get the upgraded barracks. We're already working on the castle, so I don't see a lot of value. I mean, also just variety of units is good to learn at the start. So I'm going to start with the guard tower, one because it's kind of expensive, but also two because it will... I get two types of units from that. Yeah, so we're probably going to be waiting a while for other upgrades. Okay. Farseer's vessel, the view is magnificent. Okay, well, this is... Oh, wow, this isn't even the objective, but I suspect... Yeah, this is a tough group, so we want to be prepared. Tribute to order. The essence of order flows through the army. Oh, I need to remember every time I move the map, I lose the text. Sorry about that. All right. Death comes for all, some sooner than others. 250 XP. No survivors remain, but sifting through the ashes, some resources are found. 600 gold, 3 stone, 3 wood. Okay. I definitely feel like it kind of wants me to run through these a lot faster than I am. Like, I probably should just be automatically clicking on them and moving on. I have a little bit of a dilemma here. Do I go up through this path and then head home like this, or do I go down and do some more adventuring? I mean, obviously the fact that I have a large army and I'm going to be replenishing Villia. Although at this point I want both armies to match up just so I can better equip this character is a thing. Okay. Jesus. So if I want super knights, I need to build a quarry. So I don't have to have a guard tower. I could sell it. I think it's better to be more aggressive with my attacks. For now, though, I think I'm just going to settle for upgrading everything I can. Wooden idol. This ancient wooden idol can be broken apart for the valuable ancient amber inside, or it could be studied for the knowledge it holds. In this case, we are generating ancient amber, so experience is hard to come by. And it looks like we've got some really good gloves. So, gloves of the Merchants Guild, when you place buildings, do you pick where they go, or is it like a template? So the way that it works, to my understanding, is that you are given a certain number of plots, and you can build to a plot level below, but obviously you cannot build. So there's small, medium, and large. Large can accommodate everything, medium can accommodate small and medium, and small can only accommodate small. So it did start me off. So there was a tavern here. There used to be a farmhouse, but I changed that to a peasant hut so I could have the castle. But essentially I've got 1 large, 2 medium, and 3 small in this village after I've upgraded it. It's at tier 3 too, so there's no further upgrade. So I'm fixed in my plots, but my choices, I can sort of build whatever I want when I want. All right, I think I'm going to double back with Cecilia to claim. Actually, yeah, we'll see how this turns out. Vilya, I think, probably is better served picking up things as well. And the runes glow and fill the army with rage. Yeah, I think we probably want to keep our soldiers more than throw them into the fight. We've visited the Scholar's Lectern, but I didn't check out this higher area here. And we've claimed the Order Spire, which... Controlling the Spire provides order essence for your wielders. Cool. Okay, so there's adventuring to be done here, but what I think I'm going to do, again, I'll combine the 2 armies. Or not combine the 2 armies, but basically I'm going to... I did visit this, right? I'll combine them enough to be able to get the stuff that I want into a given army. I might even take a minute and get some knights for this army. Like, maybe what I'll just do is I'll top off... Like, I'm probably not going to need that much militia. So I will sort of oversupply this particular army and then let the remainder go into Vilya's. But then Vilya will be sort of taking care of this sort of secondary region, because presumably the battles will be a little less fearsome than what we've encountered here. So we'll pass over the turn. First thing I should do is... So definitely better... Oh, maybe this isn't better gloves. So it's nice to get extra money, but it's not as good as extra defense. Talisman of Order I've already equipped. Okay, so maybe I won't worry about that. I'm tempted to give the Boar Spear, but we'll start with the obvious. Ooh. Ah, okay. Well. That seems to be a reasonable division. Remembering that we will be sending this unit up to hire everyone else later. Just trying to think if there's any other things this unit can check out before... Yeah, we probably check out this region. Again, I'm just trying to delay the time because the recruitment, like we're going to be drawing from a pool. Oh yeah, actually it just occurred to me that we're eventually going to need to replace the minstrels with troubadours. Yeah, so the longer we wait on some of this stuff, the better, I think. Okay, so we will hire 2 of these. We'll hire as many knights as we can. Now I do... Okay, yeah, so 30 is the maximum size. Knights, 10's the maximum size. Oh, we can upgrade. Cool. It's ridiculously expensive, but we are 100% doing that. I like the fact that they give me that option. All right, so we've got a big fearsome army that's going to go let the bad guys know what's what. Probably have enough to actually be able to re-equip Vilya, but I am going to sneak around and just pick up whatever I can. We're clearly not going to be going after like the rats. I'm assuming they're not that fearsome. Yeah, so if they're worthy when I only have 15 footmen, you know, I suspect they will not be that much of a challenge. But I mostly just want to take some time to get whatever bonuses I can for this particular character, whatever freebies I can get, and then it'll give me some time to get work done with Cecilia. Apples sell for quite a bit. Probably should have got the extra movement, but that's my cross to bear. All right, the bandit hideout. A band of hostile troops is guarding this bandit hideout. Do you wish to attack? Yes. Oh, crazy! So this is like an ambush. Fun. All right. I am okay with this. Many brigands and an assembly of wolves. I am okay with this setup, but we are definitely going to be fighting for our lives, I think. Okay, that sucks. Oh, that's 2 freebies I gave him. Okay, I am slightly inclined to going for the music, but we can kill a wolf here, so... I feel bad. Okay, so let's start working this guy. Oh, that's beautiful. We didn't lose any knights. So we did lose some men at arms, but it's not as bad as it could have been, which is my standard for success. So I am feeling a little protective of this character. I think I'm actually going to hold off because we have other opportunities. Death Bards. Troubadours, my apologies. Yeah, so some lost, but probably not as bad as it could have been. And quite a few resources. Nice. We will continue on to the farmhouse. Okay. Meanwhile, again, there is the possibility that we might be able to take out the huge rats, but why risk it? Whoa, okay. Now we're ready to take on the huge rats. Dozens of large rats swarmed the area around the statue of Aurelia. The land here was infected with some sort of rot. The rats did not flee as Vilya of Thorncliff approached, but turned aggressively towards the Stoutheart troops, baring their long teeth and flicking their tails in anticipation. Yep, we've been on this map before. Now, it's possible the rats will move very quickly and take this high ground. We also only get... So it's important to remember the militia don't get that many attacks. But the hope is we'll be able to kill enough of them quickly to seal the deal. Now, regrettably, we do not make it to the high ground, so we gotta speed you up first. Yeah, that's concerning. So obviously they're going to be reloading for a bit. Okay, can't attack. Remember, we know with this army we're going to be replenishing everyone, so it's one of these situations where I can sort of afford some casualties. The big thing we wanted to do was just open things up, also get some experience for our wielder and such. But 9 casualties to take out the huge rats, I think that's acceptable. And in the second season of the plague, Empress Aurelia walked among the sick and dying as they were healed. Great is her love and mercy. Okay, nothing else for us to do, so we'll end the turn. Spiked Knuckle Duster. So probably not in line with the two-handed weapons approach we've taken for this character, but not unwelcome. Again, I'm seriously reconsidering my approach here. Like, I am considering the possibility of building that lumber mill. That will mean that I change the peasant hut as well, but... I'm a sucker for the expensive stuff. I always just assume if it's more expensive in a game, it's better. Okay, more gold. This is one thing I know about Heroes of Might and Magic. Like claiming stuff like this on the map is one feature people have referred to quite a bit. All right. It says very easy. I shouldn't expect too much trouble. I mean, we have seen this map a few times before. I'm obviously going to move the cavalry off to the side. The reason I'm doing it this way is just I'd really like to try and get 2 people on these high ground tiles if I can. All of these guys, they are pretty fast moving. So I think the smart thing to do is hold back until they make a move. Oof, I really did it to my guys. Well, they're going to get it in the throat. The Rick stakes in the hex in front of you with HP equal to the amount of units in the troop. Oh, man. That's a really cool ability. I'm going to get absolutely demolished by the bad guys, but... Probably should have put some defenses down now that I think of it, but it's a little late for that. In this case, I want to whittle down the larger numbers that are potentially going to be damaging this unit. So this is guaranteed to take out 4, but if I attack here, it's guaranteed to do... It can potentially take out 4 or 5. That's interesting. And again, we'll use my attack bards, although the one worry is that the men-at-arms are not going to have any more to do. So I could try... Start with the insect swarm, and then I'm going to pacify this unit. Heck, might as well get all the defenses down. Okay, this unit's still reloading, but we can put down stakes. Alright, they still wanted a piece of the militia, or the sappers. But yeah, so I'm trying to preserve as much as I can. Like, obviously we're gonna get some losses, but like two troops is not as frightening. Okay, out of movement, so we will call it for this round. I'm probably not going to be able to finish this scenario before the end of the night, but we'll try and make some decent progress. Okay, so probably no surprises as far as the wolves are concerned. I agree with this placement. The big question is going to be how far they can move on their opening turn. Oh, that's right, they have a higher initiative, so this is definitely going to work for me. Now if I do this, I believe they'll get an attack of opportunity. So in this case, there is the possibility I can take them out. Nope. I didn't think that through. All right. Wow, I didn't think that through. All right. That's fine. We still want a strong front line against these things. So... If you're wondering why the angles work the way that it did, even the one thing I try and do when I play games like this is it's easy to get on autopilot. So most of my attacks were going to happen before the enemy unit could move anyway. But if I get into the habit of taking out the unit with the large... So like, let's say it's the same unit, which in this case was true. Generally, my preference is to damage the one with the largest number, because that's going to mean that the amount of damage that I get hit by is less in the next turn. So if I build that habit now of going for the biggest number, when it counts, I have built up that reflex. And I notice for games where I don't do that, I tend to have a lot more, oh wait, I'm an idiot, I should have done X, Y, Z moments. So... I'd love to bring the extra rangers in, but I think this is the... Oh wait, no, that's right. We didn't upgrade those, so... I suppose that's one potential drawback of upgrading your troop types, is you can't find them in the open world anymore. Alright. I think we're... Yeah, I think we're at the point where we go back to the town. We're going to have to wait a few turns for the Celestial Ore. Has there been a game that's made the pun of Celestial Ether or Celestial Ore? Ether Ore? Leaving a stone shows respect for the fallen. And I did not take the pile of wood. Oh, the Hammond banners fluttered and snapped over the border fort. Many Barian mercenaries patrolled the perimeter. Cecilia Stoutheart addressed the Stoutheart forces. Were they strong enough to defeat the Barians who had the advantage of the fort? Presumably yes, and this is probably to introduce me to battles with walls. But I want stuff first. Okay, so let's start with some upgrades. Should have thought that through. Cool. All right. So yeah, it'd be nice to bring in knights, but we don't have space for them, so we will work with what we've been given. Although we did kind of just wipe everything out, so I guess the need for the large troop counts isn't quite as true as it used to be for this group. All right, well that's fine. We can still take advantage of all the areas. It actually does give me a chance to experiment with like revisiting certain locations. Like, so if the cairn gives more power to this unit, for instance. What kind of... yeah, we don't need that. Oop. Reflect on what's been achieved and what should be achieved. Halt! The old borders are established once more. What business do you seek on Hammond lands? Open the gates, Barian. These are Stoutheart lands, and I, Cecilia Stoutheart, am their lawful protector. Well, young protector, I, the famous Captain Silkspool, leader of the Topaz Battalion, have fought countless battles. Let me advise you, there is little profit in fighting. Now is the time to negotiate peace, or the blood to come will be on your hands. You Barians play at war for coin. Return to your deserts at once, or I'll show you how the law deals with thieves and brigands. Stoutheart will stand. I'm afraid I can't do that. I am bound by the mercenary code to the contract I signed. I leave you now and hope that you see no more fighting as necessary, but since I suspect a conflict is what you desire, I will leave a battalion here to hold the border. Good day, milady. I expect the modding community will replace this fancy hat with a fedora for that line. All right, free. Yes, we're not a vicious warmonger. We are a liberator. Okay, so at least to appearances, no, I'm pretty sure this is going to be an introduction to fort combat. I need to think a little bit about how... yeah, we'll keep it in the middle. So I'm particularly interested in the musketeers, because that's what my knights are going to deal with, but we don't have the scouting to see what's going on. I suppose it might make a little more sense for the knights to go up here, because there's a kind of a cluster of troops. But yeah, if I can get some knights down the throats of the... no, yeah, this is definitely a... okay, so luckily I can quicken this unit. Named after everyone's favorite tax program. And now we've locked up their musketeers. Now, I do wish there was an undo button in here, because one thing I would like to do is sort of move forward and end the turn. Obviously, I can't leave my cavalry out to dry like this. But I am going to do Stoutheart shall stand. Yeah, I'm just trying to protect this unit as much as I can. Now, unfortunately, extra movement is not going to protect in the case of the man-at-arms. So we'll move them up. I'm going to put protection on the knight. We're likely going to see some losses there, but we can try and minimize them as much as possible. And I am leaving the sappers open to potential attack, but in this case we just need to get the numbers in. Yeah, that's not a huge surprise. Might have been better for me to move into the kill range, but okay. So a little awkward for my knight, I'll confess. I think protection still makes sense. Damage and initiative. Yeah, well, I need somebody to face the unit down, so okay, they're reloading. There's not a whole lot to be done, but I thought I was going to be able to put down the... Oof. Yeah, those knights are having a tough time. Oh, dang. Now, this is a little frustrating. Like, the way the UI works, I can't actually see how many troops there are. Doesn't say it in the Pikeneers as well. So, for instance, like, I don't know if this is going to do what I want it to do. I mean, it killed someone. That's nice, but I needed a little bit more. So this is here to protect my ranger. I should have defended. Okay, and we're probably not going to be able to do that much against the jig. Oh, nope. The jig is up. Yeah, so there's a little bit of... there's some rough edges around how I handled that, but we got into the fort. That's the key thing. It is definitely true, and I mean, this is true, you know, pretty much in every strategy game that I play. I really dislike fair fights. Like, it's why in games like Total War or, I mean, pretty much anything, like, I'm actually very bad at the tactical level of most of those games because my aim in most of the strategic level is to build such an overwhelming advantage that I don't actually have to be smart in the tactical parts. That essentially I just have the means to sort of enforce my my will. The view from the tower is spectacular. It feels like I didn't actually get the bonus from that, but anyways, we'll wrap it up. I may have to make this the last turn, but let's see where we're at. Plenty to explore down here, so... Although I did want to see if visiting the cairn would give me something. Well, I say this is the last turn. Obviously, if I just wind up exploring, like, yeah, I thought so. So maybe there's a technology that lets us get on a boat at some point. Yeah, so like I'm not going to make this the last turn. But I'm back into that case here where Cecilia sort of winds up sort of picking the pocket of the of her friend just because of being at the front. As the triumphant Stoutheart forces approached Ashbourne, a wounded scout hailed them. Settlements of Hazelport, Point, and Windshade sent urgent request for aid. Isn't Wielder Paradine there to protect the area? He has just returned from the deeper woods with news of a Fey uprising. He believes he won't be able to defend the province alone. What of the local militia, the Blackwing Reserves? They retreated when the settlement of Thistledown was overrun by undead horrors. A very powerful Fey wielder, Gandra Stormspire, roams the territory, and the people are afraid. Stormspire again. She must be the one raising the undead. What shall I tell Paradine, milady? You must hold the territory a little longer. As soon as we've dealt with this Barian rabble, we shall come to Paradine's aid. Actually, we're close enough to Ashbourne that we might be able to wrap this up. We'll see. Okay, and this is, I suspect this is a little bit more what like a PvP match would be like. I'd be seeing more, fighting over these banners and regions. So in theory, I should actually be prioritizing these because not only do I gain the benefit of the resources, but I deny them to the enemy, or from the enemy. Okay. So again, here we're kind of bringing up the rear, but... Oh, I didn't even visit the Cairnstones, did I? My kingdom for an undo button. Oh well. This is also probably the point I should consider spending some resources if we're going to have a fight coming up soon. Do I think I'm going to have a fight within 4 turns? If yes, I should... I can get the hearty meals. Ooh, that gives me bonus damage. I'm gonna, yeah. I'm gonna try and be patient. Barian mercenaries occupied the town of Ashbourne. Their leader, Captain Silkspool, appeared at the gates. Cecilia Stoutheart, welcome to the ancient seat of Lady Hammond, newly reclaimed by the Topaz Battalion, led by me, Captain Xavier Silkspool. I see you did not heed my advice for a peaceful settlement. Peaceful? You trespass on Stoutheart lands, razed and plundered our settlements, and seized our towns, still with no declaration of war from Byra. This is not a Byron matter. We are merely under contract to restore Lady Hammond's lands to her. If you agree to return them, I'm certain we can negotiate for peace. Without a declaration of war, you are merely thieves and murderers, and we will not negotiate with criminals. Remember, we gave you a chance to return to Byra. Now every one of your dishonorable mercenaries will fall when we restore Ashbourne. Okay, I'm wondering if I'm going to be able to... Yeah, so we'll replenish the main force. I'm assuming attacking with more than one army is not a thing. Okay, so medium threat level. I'm going to kind of employ the same strategy as last time, but it may mean that I lose my knights. I still think overall it will be worth it, though. Multiple ranged units. Yeah, it's basically a death sentence for the cavalry. We'll do our best. We'll put the defenses up, but... Okay, so everybody's out of range. We'll run up as close as we can. I think we'll take out the range as much as I can. So the logic here was this was deadly range, and now we... Okay, so there's a few things that I want to do. We'll start with an insect swarm on the high value target. I also got to think about who I want to protect. So in this case, my man-at-arms is going to be doing a lot of work, and I don't think I'm quite ready for Fury yet. So right now, a lot of this is just about kind of protecting what I have. Jesus, that was tough. All right, well, we were already defending them. This could actually... This could very easily get out of hand. Yeah, I think we gotta whittle these guys down, and I'm actually willing to... Nope, they're already in deadly range. Jesus. Okay, I don't like the look of that aim statement, so... Clear what we can. Jesus. We are in serious trouble. Ouch. I think we're gonna lose this. Yeah, I really blew. Is there like a way that I can... Nope. There's no surrender option, so we're just gonna have to fight to the bitter end. Well... Yeah, no surprises there. I would prefer to reload rather than just do another battle with my worst commander. Because, like, if that rated that medium, that was not a medium level defeat. That was a pretty sound defeat. I think one of the big ways that I excuse me, one of the big ways I got beaten there was I let their rage units just eat me alive. Sorry, we've read this before, so... So, I mean, knowing the battle that I'm up against, I can also just take a second here and see if there's maybe a chance for more, like, range defense or something like that, but I don't think... Sorry, I just need a minute here. I'm tangled up in my headphone cord. Yeah, I think we just need to be a little smarter about how we do the battle. And knowing my tendency to do stupid stuff, I will save... Band Mercenary, yeah, okay. Read this before. Okay. Basically, we kind of have the same problem as before. Maybe I'll be a little less reckless with the knights. Actually, I'm curious, maybe if we just hold back and let them make the first move. Well, that's going to mean that, yeah... That's going to mean they make a lot of problems for me. Okay, so I think I'm still going to have to sacrifice my cavalry this way. Let's just take a quick look. So this thing's range defense is 58. Wow, both of them are just catastrophic. But obviously veteran musketeers are the superior unit, so... Yeah, this is a considerably more powerful force. I'm actually not 100% sure how we tackle this. Because like these 30 stack veteran pikeneers I'm also not really respecting. So I think we just need to come with an even bigger army still. Because like this is just not doing anything. Okay. Yeah, just looking at those numbers. I think we're just gonna see the same end. All right. Yeah, wow, the difficulty really just ramped up here. I think it makes sense to move back. Although I just probably sacrifice this unit to the melee. Jesus. Yeah, so that's a pretty considerable force that we're up against. So here's how I'm going to approach this problem. Oh yeah, okay. So it just straight up makes me lose the game if I lose that fight. The combined threat of mercenaries, Fae, and undead were too much for these Stoutheart forces, and with the defeat of Cecilia, they were soon pushed back. Eventually, Lady Hammond reclaimed her lands and more. When the threat from the west made itself fully known, the people of Aurelian could not stand against it. All right, so I've been defeated by the tutorial. So next time I try this, I'm definitely going to redo the way that I have built my troops. So I'm probably going to put that investment in better men-at-arms and archers. I will fill out my knights. So I think one of the things that's the knights should be in a position where they cause a lot more harassment to the musketeers, but essentially what happens is I run them into the musketeers, they get immediately taken out, and I give the enemy momentum. So I definitely need to, at the minimum, I need to make sure that those knights are in a better position. I am really taking a lot of tier 1 units to go after the enemy, and that's probably not the smart thing to do. So I definitely need to rethink about how I've built my region. The other thing is maybe I just send my secondary unit to go after them first and soften them up, and then we finish them with my main commander. Either way, though, this was really fun. So obviously I'm very grateful to GOG for giving me a key. I think it's kind of clear that I spent an extra 90 minutes on a work night to keep playing this. So I definitely need to wrap up for this evening. I thank all of you for hanging out. Actually, I'm going to need a second to find someone to host, if you don't mind. So if you can just give me a quick second. I put my phone on charge, but that's how I've actually been looking at Twitch. So if you can just give me a second here, I will host someone tonight. But I do need to, I do actually need to see who's online. So if you can just give me a quick second, I'll be back. And we can properly wrap up. Okay, sorry about that. So it looks like Outworld is streaming in the retro category. He's probably doing more, probably doing some more Mortal Kombat. So he's somebody I used to be on a stream team with. He's somebody I know. He's an Australian streamer. Partnered, actually just recently expanded his lead on a world record for Mortal Kombat Arcade. So definitely a very skilled gamer. I realize it's off the beaten track from Songs of Conquest, but I don't know anybody streaming the game right now, and I had to rely on my mobile Twitch app for that. So I didn't quite have the same access in the period of time that I wanted. If you're interested in my stuff, tomorrow we'll be back. Probably Old World on Monday, but no promises. If I can, I'd actually also like to do a special stream like this on Tuesday to cover another game that I agreed to cover. Wednesday, I believe there is... No, wait. Wednesday... I can't remember if there's a Industries of Titan update or if that's the week following. So either way, it will be Industries of Titan or Phantom Brigade. If I can't do Tuesday's stream, I'll maybe try to do a special stream on Thursday. Again, all of these things are extras. And then finally Friday, that's kind of my free day. So that one traditionally has been Old World. It could be more Songs of Conquest. It could be more of this other game. A lot of this is in flux, but I will always say what I'm playing on Twitch, on Twitter. So we're getting ready to raid Outworld. Thank you everybody for watching. I'll see some of you tomorrow, and take care. Have a wonderful evening.